What's going on, everybody? Welcome in to Blazers Uprise's coverage of the 2022 NBA trade deadline. We're going to be covering the next 3.5 hours up until the NBA trade deadline. We got the countdown up there in the top right. We got the number of trades. What's up?
I think we're having mic issues. Or
Am I? Well, let me fix that. Let me make sure that's good to go. Oh yeah, it's not. Okay, this should be better. I botched the intro. Whatever. This should sound better, chat. Crusty Mike. Okay, is this good? Chat. All
much
right.
better. Yeah.
Well, I will cut off the intro in the playback video after this stream is completely finished, all right? And then nobody will ever know that happened. So anyway, welcome in to Blazers Uprise's 2022 trade deadline coverage. We got the countdown up there in the top right, 3 hours and 33 minutes until the NBA trade deadline. We got the number of trades above me. We'll have your donos in the top left. I have to make sure that updates because that has not updated with Elias's recent dono. I'll take that in a second. On the left, we're going to have trade banners that we'll showcase the details of trades that have already went down. Down below, we have Twitter feeds for Woj and Shams. I enjoy the little changing Shams and Woj outlines down there. That's fun. And then we got it. We're racing to 6,000 subs too. So this goal should this sub goal should update throughout the stream. We're currently about 148 short of 6,000. Maybe we can reach that goal today. That would be phenomenal. Anyway, we're gonna cover every NBA trade. We got the Twitter feeds updating live down below us, so you don't have to scroll through Twitter. You don't have to constantly refresh Twitter. We will have the updates right here. Eric, man, how's it going? It's early in the morning, 8:27. Getting ready for some potential action. How you feeling, man?
Man, didn't sleep much, but I feel great. This is one of my favorite days of the entire year, and we're happy to have everyone here joining us today. Let's all react live as this happens. So I want to hear everyone's reaction to everyone's trade in chat, and let's just have a lot of fun for the next few hours.
Yep. I got Krish helping me on graphics.
Yeah, big shout out to Krish. Thank you.
Krish is going to make some of the things we're going to do today possible. We're going to grade trades as they go down too, so that should be a lot of fun. Krish is currently working on the trades that have already been done. We will grade those early. We're also going to bring on Gabe from Valley Pod at some point through some point in the stream. Probably early, you know. His energy is contagious. Hopefully, it can wake me up a little bit, and then, you know, if the Suns pull off a trade, maybe we'll get his thoughts on that. So it should be a fun stream, a jam-packed stream. Make sure you follow us on Twitter at ToryJonesYT, Eric's at HoopsJock. I'm almost at 2,000 followers, so we're racing for 6,000 subs. I'm racing for 2,000 followers on Twitter. So go hit that follow button. We have our Twitter handles in our name plates that are on our cameras. Anyway, I think I've mentioned everything. It's going to be slow to start the day. So, you know, we're just going to chill, hang out, take your questions, respond to some rumors potentially, and then the action will pick up a little bit later on in this stream. Anyway, is there anything else I should plug in the intro, Eric?
I think you got most of it. Well, this has nothing to do with the dono, but we should probably mention right off the bat, just double check trade things you see, and particularly look out for a certain ball SACK web Twitter feed. Do not get sacked today. That's the most important thing. They are getting everyone, including Tory, really bad the other day. You do not want to get sacked today, so just make sure when you read a tweet that the source is not from the ball sack one, and you should be good.
Don't get fooled by the sack, man. All right, check for the verified icon. All right, make sure it's not like some other type of emoji that is tricking you. All right, but that's why we got the Twitter feeds right here, so you guys don't have to worry and sort through all that stuff. And these will update live, so you guys should know the deal by now if you've watched one of these types of streams before.
YYC is confused. He said, "Are you saying PG didn't come back, Tori?"
Yeah, PG did not come back. He's not back. I thought he was coming back. So yeah, I mean that's better than getting fooled on a potential fake trade, though.
If you don't know what we're talking about, there's a Twitter feed that just posts fake quotes and rumors and stuff and trades, and they've been like fooling everyone, like to national news sites, to like almost everyone's gotten sacked lately by them, and no one realizes that it's all just made up, the entire website or the entire Twitter feed. So
Yep. Let's think the most recent dono. Shout out to. Is there just one? Yeah, Elias, $10 dono. Thank you for starting off the day, Elias. Says, breaking news. Woj reports the Blazers trade Blevins and CJ for LeBron James and a first. Thank you, Elias, for the $10 dono. I would not do that. If you don't watch our post-game stream last night, we went into the legend that is Blevins.
You can't trade Blevins, man.
You cannot trade Blevins. Even for LeBron.
Especially for a bomb like LeBron, man.
I mean, yeah, exactly. So, watch our post-game stream last night. It was a lot of fun. Shout out to Andrew Hartwell, $5 dono. Thank you, Andrew. He says, sup. What's up, man?
Andrew, good morning.
What's up with me is I'm trying to make sure this last donation thing in the top left starts updating. So I have to... I forget what I have to do for that.
Thank you to Fiddlestuck Farms for becoming a starter member as well.
Fiddlestuck Farms. Phenomenal name. Thank you to Fiddlestuck. All right. I need to... Will that update it? Oh, yeah. We got this. I gotta do something with this. I don't know. Yeah, that can just go there. That works. All right. I don't know what happened with the last donut thing in the top left, but it is not cooperating with me at all.
Mills Woj with a $5 donation says, thank you guys for this per usual. Well, thank you for your support as well, Mills Woj, and for everyone tuning in. Appreciate you guys. And yeah, we're going to have some fun. And then Ronald Tooth with a $5 donation. What are your guys' ideal but realistic Blazers starting five for 2022-2023?
I mean, we're going to find out today, aren't we? We're going to find out today.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's realistic, but obviously we're hoping to have like a top 7 or 8-ish draft pick, and you would assume that would be either a forward or a power forward. So most likely, I mean, I don't know if they start right away, but when you get that high of a pick, hopefully it's someone that you pick that's good enough to come in. So I'm comfortable with I think both Ant and Nas proved over the course of the last month that they were capable as being decent players in a starting lineup and are only going to improve as they get more time. So I'm totally comfortable if we go into next season with the Dame, Ant, Nas trio at the 1 through 3 positions. And then hopefully we get lucky with one of the forwards, either Jabari, Chet, or Paulo. I'd be fine with any of those three. Hopefully we get one of them, and then hopefully we get lucky with our other pick, and we get another forward or a center or something. So hopefully that pick can base to us, so we have 2 lottery picks. But who knows if we have that pick after today still. But then I would throw Nurk in there. I'm fine keeping Nurk. I'm also fine, I guess, if we get a really good deal for him for taking those assets and trying to replace his productivity with the assets and cap space this summer. But yeah, so I think my most realistic starting lineup would be everyone basically the same except for having one of those like top 3 picks at the 4 spot, and then hopefully you get another rookie that can come off the bench that has a lot of potential, and then Josh Hart and some other players. I think that's good enough for now, and then hopefully we use our cap space. I mean, anything. I could say Ben Simmons or whatever, but I don't know how realistic that is, especially if it gets traded today. So I'm not going to say anything more than that as a realistic scenario. But hopefully, every move we make improves that off of there. But as a very basic, ideal baseline, I'm fine with that.
Yep. Do we think the most recent one? Sorry, I gotta get caught up here. Just ironing out a couple things. Cool. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, everybody, for donating. So we got the animation background behind the left banner. Cool. Now we just kind of wait. Honestly, I've been for every stream like this, I always like to kind of push the limits and come up with something unique. Come up with something fun graphically. So this is graphics that I'll probably never use again. It's like a lot of work for one stream, but I always like to try and make the presentation as fun and as fresh as possible for you guys for this stream, so you guys can enjoy what we got going on here. We'll grade some trades in a few minutes once those graphics are ready. Shout out to Chris for working on those. And we'll give our grades.
Great, guys. Good job.
Yeah, and I'll do a chat poll, and you guys can grade trades as well. So that'll be fun.
So people are asking me if that's enough. I mean, obviously, you would need huge steps from Nas and Ant and major contribution from a rookie in his first year if you want to contend right away. But I think that lineup, 2-3 years down the road, assuming the whatever top 3 pick we got became a fringe all-star at least, then we have a really good athletic team. I don't know. I think it's good enough for now. Like I said, I'm not sure about year one, but I'm not too worried about a 2 to 3 year timeline. And like I said, that's like the baseline, and then any other move we make with our cap space or something. If we keep Josh Hart and we have another rookie, and then we have, we make a couple of really good signings. That team's probably better than this team was this year. So I'm fine with that. And I do like Chauncey with the young guys as well.
Yep. Shout out to Sean Dawes. 3. I don't know what that currency is. It's too early in the morning for me to try and read currency. £3 donation from Sean Dawes says, "Who's our new Tony Snell? Winslow? Winslow's better than Tony Snell. Honestly, Tony Snell is irreplaceable for better or worse."
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I guess Winslow, just because he's like the only vet that'll play. Let me say this, if we keep Bledsoe, don't buy him out, and he actually plays minutes for us, I think he'd become that guy pretty fast.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Just to get caught up on some rumors from this morning. So apparently James Harden has told the Brooklyn Nets that he wants to be on the 76ers and he is not staying. That's per Woj. I don't know if that's true or not, but I think the whole league is just waiting for the fallout if that trade happens. And that'll open up the floodgates today if that does happen. If it comes out that it's not going to happen, maybe that encourages teams to get other deals done instead of waiting. But that's like the major bombshell. But yeah, Harden doesn't want to make it public because of the backlash he'd receive over 2 years in a row now, requesting out from whatever team he's on. So Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the Nets gave up their entire future for him, and the Nets are also said to be wanting a commitment from Kyrie Irving, even though he can't like do anything but a backdoor handshake. Um, so they're said to be wanting a commitment from Kyrie to not leave in the offseason so that they can build around or know what they have to do around KD and Kyrie moving forward. I don't understand that though, because wouldn't getting Ben Simmons be better than losing both of them for nothing in the offseason? Especially when you owe most of your future picks unprotected. So, like, I think it would be better for if I'm the Nets. You don't want to completely go into the gutter, right, and be terrible. So, I wouldn't base that off of what Kyrie's doing. I would try to get the best possible team around Durant, and then like if Kyrie, like do everything you can to keep Kyrie and not lose him for nothing, obviously. But yeah.
Yep. Shout out Alex R. $2 dono. He says, "Happy trade deadline, everyone." Thank you, Alex R. Yep. Happy trade deadline day. I'm still waking up, by the way. This is pretty early in the morning for me, so I need to get an energy drink and kind of get buzzing a little bit.
Happy trade deadline day to you, Alex. Thank you for being here.
Tori, do you think the Blazers are making any moves today? My prediction is that the Blazers will either chase cap space to try and trade Ben Simmons into their cap space, and to do that, they would combine Nurkic and Hart and send them to Toronto for Dragic and a first-round pick. I think they should get back more value than that, but that's just my prediction. Either they do that or they trade Keon Johnson and the Pelicans first for Jeremy Grant. It's one of those two trades I think they'll make today.
Yeah, I agree. It's either going to be fringe little moves, or they're going to go all in on one player like Jeremy Grant, or it's going to be moves that clear more cap space for the summer. It's one of those three things.
Yep.
And for Jakob and anyone else, if you're wondering when the trade deadline is over or trying to figure out time differences, all that kind of stuff, I will point right here. Let me get it perfect before I say it. And like right up here, look right here. We have 3 hours and 17 minutes counting down here in the corner. I don't know if you can see that on your stream, but we have a countdown in the corner there for everyone to see. So the trade deadline is at 3 Eastern, 12 Pacific here in the U.S. And yeah, so you don't even have to figure it out. There's just a countdown right there.
Yep, I wanted to make it as easy as possible for all of you to know when the trade deadline. I know a lot of you are watching across the world. It might be in the middle of the night for you.
Shams bomb.
We got a Shams bomb. Did we?
It didn't update though.
Yeah, it might be a little bit slow.
Oh, there it goes.
Kings are trading Marvin Bagley III to the Detroit Pistons. Sources tell him and Sam Amick. All right. So Marvin Bagley is finally freed, and he goes to the destination that I think people said was most likely for him. That is the Detroit Pistons. We will get an update, as we kind of go along here as to what that trade package is. I'll wait a couple. Go ahead.
Let me just say this. So there was a report about Harrison Barnes this morning about them not willing to trade him unless they get something that helps them win this year. They're not interested in future assets at all.
Oh, wow.
So
the Kings are acquiring Milwaukee's Dante DiVincenzo in a 4-team trade, sources tell ESPN. Marvin Bagley is going to the Pistons. What do you want to bet? It's a 4-team trade, apparently. So there's two other teams we don't... Well, we know Milwaukee, the Kings, and the Pistons. Who knows who that fourth team is? Watch it be Portland, because it, would be Portland with all the trades we're trying to make. Anyway, we'll see what the details of this trade are.
Yeah, so for me, the Kings, they're 4 games out of the 10th seed, right?
Mm-hmm.
The 10th seed. So if they somehow get the 10th seed, they'd still have to win on the road twice just to be the 8th seed. I think that strategy is crazy when you're a team like the Kings to go all in the middle of a season when you're that far behind. But I mean that's what they're doing. So what the Bucks need a center, right? I wonder if this is maybe
Rashawn Holmes to the Bucks.
um I wouldn't say Rashawn Holmes. I would maybe say I was thinking maybe Kelly Olynyk from Detroit since it's a 4-team deal, but we
Yeah.
don't know.
Well, the Kings are getting
Serge
even.
Ibaka. Serge Ibaka is going to the Bucks, so the Clippers are the 4th team.
Okay, we'll make sense of this because DiVincenzo's going to Milwaukee. Bagley to the Pistons. Yeah, this is gonna be. Have fun with that left banner graphic, Krish. Good luck fitting 4 teams in there. I think you can do it as long as it's not too too many players involved in this trade. It's easy with 2 teams on this left banner graphic here, but 4 teams. We're starting it off with a 4-teamer today. I mean, Dante DiVincenzo to the Kings. I was wondering who they were going to start at the 2 next to Fox, and it looks like it's going to be DiVincenzo instead of Davion Mitchell. It's going to be interesting to see.
It's a solid 3-guard rotation.
Yeah.
Shout out to Ayuso Estremera, also known as Josh. It's great to be able to be live with you. I'm still shocked with Kelvin Bludgeon's cooking LA. Do not trade Nurk, please. Thank you very much for the donation, Josh.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, we're just waiting to hear the details of this trade. Bucks are acquiring Clippers Serge Ibaka. So we know DiVincenzo to the Kings, Bagley to the Pistons, and Serge Ibaka to the Bucks.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep. And Barking Box says this is good. We want teams to be better and get better. So yeah, the Kings are a team. As much as I don't think it's smart for them getting the play-in game helps us a lot. So we want them to shoot up those standings and pass the Pelicans to give us a better chance of keeping that pick. So it's kind of a race between the Pelicans and the Kings to see which team is the best after the next few hours to see who can shoot up those standings. And honestly, the way the Lakers playing, maybe it'll be both of them. But I'm hoping for the Spurs to do something that makes them a little bit better too, because they're just quite not good enough to pass those 3, including us. So I mean, maybe us, but I'm hoping they get a little better slightly today too.
Yep, agreed. All right.
Dragic to the Spurs for Thad Young.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, we're popping off.
So yeah, I don't know if Dragic is going to play for them, but I mean that's a pretty neutral trade. Oh. Okay, here's an interesting thing, Tori.
Oh yeah.
I know Thad Young is expiring.
Okay.
However, he's another forward that's kind of a poor man Siakam / Barnes / like he's kind of similar to those guys that they have already. So instead of getting rid of one, they add another one. Could that possibly mean one of them's available?
I don't think so. I don't think they're trading for Thad Young to replace one of those guys before that type of trade goes down. Could be wrong. It just seems like it might be a depth play because the Raptors don't really have a bench at all. That's the problem with the Raptors. So they were also, I think, maybe into the luxury tax. I can check that. Give me a second. Let me go to Fanspo and just check that way. And see what Fanspo says.
I mean, I don't know if
They were they were 1.6 million over the tax according to Fanspo, so this is also a money-saving move to duck the tax. And also get back a player that could possibly play for them.
But doesn't that make around 14? And does it work? Is it within 5 million? I know it's really close.
Yes. I mean, it has to be, unless they're including a minimum.
I know. I'm just saying there might be another.
Yeah. I don't know what that's making. Let me pull up the Spurs here.
The Pistons are sending Josh Jackson and Trey Lyles to the Kings as well in that deal.
Okay, so that matches Bagley.
And the Pistons are also sending out multiple second-round picks among the teams involved. I don't know.
So the Spurs have to trade out another contract on top of Thaddeus Young. Dragic is 19.4. Thad Young is 14.1. It's not within 5 mil.
Yep, that's what I was thinking. It was really close, but so yeah, we'll have to wait to see what else they got in that trade, or if there's, could always be a different team. They have not announced what any of the compensation or what the Clippers are getting yet.
Do you want to wait for more details on this before we grade the first 3 trades that happened before trade deadline day? Or?
Oh, before trade deadline day?
Yeah, because figured we grade the Blazers trade, and I'm going to do a chat poll for it. We can just do that whenever, though. I didn't expect things to pop off this fast.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the new ones, we need to wait for all the specifics first.
Yeah,
because the details are important to both Tori and I. And while we're talking about trades, we'll say this several times, but if you get fooled, it's fine, but please try not to troll and post fake trades. We will start putting people in timeout, and if you keep doing it, we'll just hide you on the channel, because there is no... I mean, you're just doing it to be a jerk if you do that, so please try to be, only post real trades. I know people get fooled, but Rodney Hood's on his way to the Clippers.
Oh, another former Blazer going to the Clippers, Eric.
Ogilvy and Hood to the Bucks as part of the trade.
Wait, Ogilvy and Hood to the Bucks? Hood is already on the Bucks.
I mean, Chris messed that up. Ogilvy and Hood from the Bucks to the Clippers.
Okay. This trade is just weird.
So who that doesn't match. Aren't Ogilvy and Hood on minimums? Oh, DiVincenzo, right. So what's DiVincenzo making?
Like 4 mil? I don't know.
That's 3.4. Yeah, so if he makes about 4 million, that's about 7.4 going out. So that would match Ibaka's 9.7. So, yep, that's probably it. I don't know if they're...
Bro, you can tell Woj does not know how to spell Ogilvy. He just heard it on the phone and tried to spell it. That's so funny. Shout out to Ole Jakob Howe with a 50 Norwegian crony dono. Says Blazers Uprise is trading Torrey Jones and Eric Brandt to Valley Podcast for Booker, Ayton, and a bag of chips. It's popping off. Love you guys.
Crisp. Not even chips. We're only worth
chips.
crisp.
Well, I'm on my woes because Woj has been mistyping stuff. So, I got to mispronounce things. Anyway, thank you, Jakob, for the dodo, man. I don't know how I feel about being traded to the Valley Pod, but,
I reserve my right to say how I feel about that until 3 hours from now, because if we do something stupid, I might want to be traded to the Valley Pod and root for a real team. But as long as we don't do anything more dumb than we've already done, I'm fine.
Yeah, fingers crossed we don't do something more dumb. All right. Let me get the trade grade ready. The first trade grade ready.
Oh, yeah, that's true, Zach.
What'd Zach say?
Oh, It wasn't me they traded because they spelled Eric with a K, so it was some other Eric, right? So
Wow, but my name got spelled right? That means it's definitely me. Dang it.
yeah, later.
Or maybe I'm happy. I don't know. We'll wait and see. Shout JM1231 with a $2 dono. Says, can't stay, but have a great stream today, fellas. That sucks you can't stay, man, but thank you for the dono. Have a good rest of your day.
Gosh, Jakob, it's only like right here. You could have just looked, man.
All right. Do you want to grade the first trade?
Sure.
All right, cool. We got Pelicans Blazers trade. This doing it slightly out of order. Actually, let's do the Clippers trade first. Here we got the Clippers trade. All right, you got the details there on the screen. This is the first kind of trade of this trade deadline. We're not going to include the Ingles trade in these graphics just because it was so minor. But I'm going to do a chat poll. And Eric, I don't know if you want to get into your grade and why you...
Real quick before I do that. Confirmed Kings get Dante DiVincenzo, Trey Lyles, and Josh Jackson. Bucks get Serge Ibaka, 2 future second-round picks in cash. Clippers get Rodney Hood and Semi Ojeleye. And the Pistons get Marvin Bagley. So that looks like the full trade.
All right, cool. What's your grade for this trade for Portland, Eric?
For Portland, unless they do something with it, I have to give it an F.
Yep, starting off hot. First grade, Eric's going with.
Didn't even give Chad a chance to do an F, man.
I
know you can only do 4.
Yeah, I can only do 4. But if it's like 60+% D, then that's an F. I'm going to eyeball it based on the percentages in chat. I also give it an F because I think this will be the worst trade of the trade deadline for any team. Obviously, that might change, but this was a terrible return for Norman Powell and Robert Covington, in my opinion. Eric Bledsoe's $4 million guaranteed next year just makes this even worse. Now, this grade might be better if they can flip Keon Johnson for something really, really good, so obviously it's slightly subject to change. But at this point, without, I don't expect that to happen, I have it as a D. All right, and the chat poll, 85% of chat says it's a D. Therefore, it's an F from chat, right. Eric. Right. It's an F from chat. All right. Now, on the flip side of things, we're going to grade this trade for the Clippers. Eric, what are your thoughts on this trade for the Clippers?
Easy A for the Clippers. They get a legitimate off-ball shooter, one of the most efficient guards in the NBA, Norman Powell, who also, for all his defensive effort issues, will be a lot better defensively when he has Kawhi and Paul George back next year, and he doesn't have to be like the main perimeter defender on a team. So I think his defense will be kind of offset by having such a good defense around him. So I think he is one of the most perfect fits they could have gotten, and for what little crap they gave up to get him was a great trade in itself. And then you throw Robert Covington on there, who they might flip again today. We'll see. But if they keep him, he's also a pretty good fit there. And he can roam off ball and do his chasing of steals and stuff, and it won't be as damaging to their defense because they do have guys who can actually stay in front of their man. So I give this an easy A for the Clippers, in my opinion.
All right. I give this an A+. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard for a team to top how good this trade was for the Clippers, considering what they gave up. It's just the best use of assets I think a team will be able to have at the trade deadline. I did not expect them to be able to make this type of splash and get this caliber of a trade. You got 66% A, 21% B, so I think chat's going with an A-. Don't complain about my ballpark estimates. This is just for fun. But chat is going with an A-. There is the first trade grades. All right. Let's move back to Twitter feed. So it looks like Dragic is going to get bought out. And then Dallas, Milwaukee, Chicago, and the Clippers are potential destinations for him once he becomes a free agent.
Yep. It was still interesting to hear who the other piece in that trade is. But yeah, got things popping up. Always fun when there's trades.
Always.
And yeah, so yeah, I'm sure he's gonna go to Dallas because they could use him. He might chase a ring on Milwaukee. Yeah, that'll be real interesting. I'd be surprised if we went to the Clippers because, I mean, they're in the play-in situation right now. I don't know if they're necessarily trying to win right now, but he would be a decent fit there, especially after they traded Bledsoe. They don't really have a point guard right now, but
yeah,
I expect Dallas. Yeah, it's pretty obvious that Dallas has been trying to get him for a long time.
Yep. All right, so I'm going to let you solo for like 2 minutes. All right, I'm gonna get something to drink, and yeah. So if you want to solo things for 2 minutes, I'll be back in a second.
Yeah. So this is the other part of trade deadline that people don't think about very often, but when when teams make trades, a lot of times it's just to get a contract or whatever, and then you have players, say like an Eric Bledsoe, who might not get traded today, and those teams would then waive that player. So there's a little bit of a market for help after the trade deadline between now and March 1st, which is the last day for a player to be playoff eligible if he's still on a team, to be cut and be eligible to play on his new team for the playoffs. So today is a very important day in that regard too, to see which players could potentially be available after today for basically a minimum contract. So it's kind of like a secondary free agency after today. And let's see. Yeah, I mean, it would never surprise me to see a guy like Dragic end up on like the Lakers or the Warriors or something like that. But I think they both would have to clear a roster spot to make that happen. That's possible they do that in a trade today. Alex asks, if we waive Bledsoe and he signs somewhere else next year, do we get out of his contract? Nope. We have to pay him $3.9 million for going away no matter what happens, and that is a dead cap hit. So if Bledsoe is on our roster next year, and then if he's on our roster, he is counting $3.9 million after today. So yeah, I would be trying everything I can. Like I would have tried to trade him to before they waived Dragic, tried to trade him for Dragic with San Antonio, and then cut him right away so that money doesn't come on our books. But it looks like that option is off the table. Thank you to the Under Armour Gamer for a $5 donation. Clips want to win because of OKC having their first. Yeah, that's true, but it's been said also that they're most of their moves are going to be focused on next year, and also trying to maximize the team when Kawhi and PG come back. So we've heard that that's probably not going to be this year, although if the team they have is playing well and kind of keeps it together and they're in a position to where those guys are healthy and ready to play and they have a chance, I don't know why they wouldn't go for it this year, or at least try. But because that could be a really tough out if they had Kawhi and Paul George along with Norm now, and they have some decent centers. They still have Marcus Morris. They still would have Robert Covington unless they trade him. So that's a pretty decent lineup. So, oh wow, No, the details of the Raptors Spurs deal. Holy crap. How did they give up a first? See, okay, a second round. Okay, yeah, that's true. Okay. But Tori, Thad Young got a first rounder
Yeah,
by including a second round pick, right?
yeah.
We have a very similar second round pick. That pick right there is 32 or something right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where at the time of our trade we had like the 38th or 39th pick, right?
Yeah.
You're muted, Tori, by the way.
No, not anymore.
Okay. Um, and then so we couldn't have done something like that, like include a second round pick so we could get a first round pick instead.
Yeah. I mean,
So
you look at the value for Thad Young. It's hard
Thad
to.
freaking Young, but you got people telling us, Tori, that we're wrong, that Robert Covington has no value, and we couldn't have gotten anything for him. That's
Dude,
so
the
dumb.
Spurs got a better package back for Thad Young than we did for Norman Powell
and
Robert Covington.
Both of them.
You're telling me the Raptors wouldn't have taken Norman Powell and Robert Covington for Dragic or something like this? Well, they ducked the tax in this trade, so that might be part of it, obviously. But it's like you see a deal like this, and that's why I graded that Clippers trade an F. Because trades like this, I mean, this is what players of this caliber. I wouldn't say Thad Young is better than Norman Powell. He might be better right now than Robert Covington, but there's no way Thad Young can fetch more value in return than Norman Powell and Robert Covington combined.
Because we could have added our Robert Covington. We could have added a minimum like they did, and our second rounder. It's basically the same trade for Dragic and a protected first for just Robert Covington, and still done the Clippers trade, and then done the Pelicans trade, and we would have been under the tax and created that same trade exception. Everything would have been the same for that trade. So that's ridiculous, man. It's just this is why you don't rush trades, man. Thad Young got the Spurs a potential late teens pick because of this, and that's the difference between having, like, we possibly could have had, a top 5 pick, a pick around 10 or so, and then a pick around 20, which we probably could have gotten like a Mark Williams or someone like that, if we're worried about having a young backup center or something. So that's the difference between having that good backup young center maybe and not. So that's really frustrating for me because I was told by multiple people, and I saw multiple people saying this also on Twitter, that Robert Covington was going to have his value shoot up as teams got desperate right now. And unfortunately, it was just, we gave him away for nothing, and it's a throw into a trade. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it does not. Doesn't,
and that's why we gave it an F.
Yep. This also takes a potential Nurkic destination off the board, because it would have been. I mean, it doesn't take a destination off the board because the Raptors could maybe trade that Pistons second rounder for Nurkic. I could see this front office doing that, Eric. And that wouldn't be enough value for him, in my opinion. But they've kind of sold low on guys, as we've been talking about. But the potential, Toronto 2022 first is off the board. And they cannot trade a first-round pick until 2025 now, as that pick is protected. Is that protect? Wait, let me read the protections. 1 to 13 in 2023, and then it turns into future seconds if not conveyed.
Right.
So.
Yeah, interesting. And honestly, Drew Eubanks is like a sneaky good center for them. I mean, he's not great, but he does a lot of little things well. And I think that'll, for how cheap he is, I think that's a good pickup as a throw-in for there. But yeah, I'm really surprised they go a first on this trade.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's a solid trade for both teams. It's a good trade for San Antonio for sure. We'll grade this trade later on and kind of get more into detailed feelings about this for both sides.
Are you trying to get the stuff to work right on the screen? Like the
What stuff?
it seems like the race to 6,000 isn't working.
I thought it would update live, but I have to go in and manually update. That's why I will glitch out to 0 and then go back up to 7. I don't know why it's not updating live, because it should be updating live. I've never done something like that on stream. So I'm just manually updating it every so often. That's kind of just the only way to do it, unfortunately. Unless I need to click a setting or something, but yeah.
Knicks Uprise, let's go.
Knicks Uprise, yeah, let's get it. Knicks Uprise, baby.
Are the Knicks doing something?
Yeah.
We'll become Knicks Uprise if they actually do something.
Facts. So, it'd be dope to hit 6K today. That's why I have that goal up there. We're getting pretty close. I think it might be doable. Already against 7, so if the Blazers pull something off, then obviously they'll get probably not super realistic to reach 6K, but I think we can get close.
All right, yeah, let's. So do we have this trade up on this?
Oh, now it updated. Okay. I don't know. But it didn't update the right amount, so I don't know. I don't know what the deal is with it. It should be a 10 instead of an 8 right now. But anyway, what were you saying?
Thank you to Flo.
Yeah.
He's gonna go follow from a bird. According to Michael Scotto, Charlotte and San Antonio have discussed PJ Washington and Kai Jones for and a first for Jakob Poeltl.
Oh my goodness. What? Dude, honestly, can we trade Nurkic for PJ Washington, Kai Jones in the first? Please? Honestly, I don't really care to trade Nurkic, but if that's the going rate for a center of that caliber, yes. That's an insane haul for Poeltl.
I mean, he's really good, but the Hornets obviously want to find the right long-term center. He'd be a very good defensive center with their defensive issues. Yeah.
I mean, I would maybe trade Nurkic for PJ Washington and Kai Jones, just straight up. But see, that's what we're going to see. We're going to see teams with guys like Jakob Poeltl, and they're going to get PJ Washington, Kai Jones in a first, and we could only get a second in Keon Johnson for Norm and Rocco, which is just ridiculous. We watched this trade deadline.
Yeah.
That's not official or anything. That's a rumor by Michael Scotto.
Yeah. Who knows? Do you want to grade that Spurs-Raptors trade, or are we not ready for that?
Let's grade the Blazers.
The other Blazers ones.
Yeah.
Jakob has one more year next year on his contract at about $9.4 million. So the Hornets would have him for one more year for sure, and then they'd retain his bird rights this season after that.
Yep. All right. Next trade to grade, Eric. The Pelicans trade. They get C.J. McCollum, Larry Nance Jr., and Tony Snell. Blazers get Josh Hart, Nickeil Alexander, and Thomas Satoransky. They turned into Joe Ingles, who's out for the season on an expiring contract, Elijah Hughes, and future second. So it's basically C.J., Nance, and Snell for Josh Hart and the New Orleans first-round pick, which could be around 9th or 10th. I give this grade for the Blazers. Thinking more about it, I give this grade a B-. So slightly above average. I mean, I would have liked 2 first-round picks back for CJ, but that first-round pick has the potential of being really good. If New Orleans makes the playoffs or that pick goes into the top 4, it would probably be like a D- for the Blazers, because they would then get Milwaukee's 2025 first, which is probably going to be a bad first-round pick. But, given the possibility of this pick being a 9th or a 10th pick, I have to give it a B-. What do you give this trade, Eric? Let me put a chat poll in chat too while you could grade this.
I give it a C-, for 2 reasons. One, we took on Nickeil Alexander-Walker and then dumped him. So I would have much rather preferred to hold out until they gave us Murphy, or if we had to take Walker instead of Murphy, knowing that he wasn't a factor or a long-term plan, or we didn't have any sort of trade with value attached to him, I would have demanded another first instead of 2 seconds. So I would have, especially including Nance. Now it does get limited a little bit because Nance needed surgery, so I'm sure some of the compensation for that was different because of the knowing that Nance is probably going to be out for the year. But in my mind, you had to either get Murphy or more draft capital out of this trade. So I think that's where they failed. And yes, I do. I love the pick they got. I love how they got a potential second late lottery pick. However, this just very risky to only get that first round pick. And if it doesn't convey, we're in a lot of trouble because this trade turns to absolute crap. And then on top of that, if we trade Josh Hart because we're chasing cap space, or even worse, we don't trade him and we just cut him this offseason, this trade is an F- if we just let Hart go for nothing this offseason. So hopefully that's not what happens. Hopefully we get a good pick. Josh Hart's a rotation piece, or we get something back for him, and then we pick up a few seconds as well, and this trade looks a little better. But as of right now, I just can't justify not holding out at least a little bit to see if the Knicks would up their offer or something and use them as leverage to get Murphy or an extra pick.
Yep, I'm going to end the chat poll. So it looks like 36% B and 47% C. That would make this a C+ for chat. C+ for chat for the Blazers. All right, now, on the Pelicans side of things, I'll let you go first, Eric. What would you grade this trade?
I actually would give this trade a B for the Pelicans. I think getting McCollum for what they gave up was really good. The only reason why it's not an A is because I don't like when bad teams try to make a run at a playoff spot and don't think about their future. So it's just, I think it's dumb for them to trade that pick that they did. So yeah, I don't like going after McCollum if I'm the Pelicans, but if they were going to go after a guard like McCollum, I don't think they could have asked for giving up anything less than this and get a guy like CJ. So good trade for them. If you don't factor in the weirdness of them trying to make a run with CJ McCollum at 30 years old or whatever.
Yeah, I also graded a B. They're just in a weird spot, but CJ's the type of guy they needed, the type of shot creating guard that they needed, and they got to try and impress Zion. So I graded a B as well.
Shaggy says they are thinking about the future. CJ might make Zion happy. Man, nothing they do is going to change Zion's mind if he wants out of New Orleans. Yeah, I mean, he may be stuck there because it might make sense for him to still sign a long-term extension because they own the rights to match anything after next year. But I don't know. I don't think Zion really cares what they're doing right now. I think he's in his own world, and he's trying to figure that out. So I think he wants out of New Orleans, and he's trying to be a malcontent so that happens. So I don't think they can do anything really to please him.
Yep, I agree. So chat is giving this a B as well. We all gave it a B. Chat, it was like 17% A and like 15% C. So that's a B for chat. Anyway, that is the second trade grade. We got Adrian Wojnarowski correcting one of his misspellings. He's been misspelling everything. I don't know what's going on with him. He needs to step his game up, in my opinion. Anyway.
Did he put it Begley?
I don't know what he did. I don't know what he did. Let me update this banner. This is gonna disappear for a second, but it'll be back.
What's up, Romp?
What's up, Romp?
And what's up to everyone watching right now? Thank you for joining us. Hope everyone's having a great day. Let's see what else. So we have some, obviously Romp's a Philly fan. We have Valley Pod, who's obviously Suns fans. What are you guys hoping for today? And then if you're obviously Blazer fans, we've talked to a lot of you about what you want to see. But if you're a fan of another team, what are you expecting for your team today? I'd love to hear from everyone. What's up, Salty? Romp needs Fat Boy Harden in his life. He's desperate.
You've changed your thoughts on that, huh, Romp? Romp's a Sixers fan. Honestly, we can get Romp. Romp's a YouTuber, so we can get Romp on the stream if the Sixers pull off a trade and get his take on it, potentially. We'll see if that happens. That'll obviously maybe be a little bit longer. But you know, if you get your guy Fat Boy Harden, Romp, would love to hear your thoughts on what made you change your mind from saying I don't really want James Harden to I need him, I'm desperate.
I wonder. No, Maury's not that. If it was up to Romp, I think he'd be trying to trade with the Pacers because they wanted Simmons, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'd be trying to get Halliburton from the Pacers, but I think the 76ers have a one-track mind for James Harden, and they're not going to budge until that becomes impossible or whatever.
Yeah, agreed.
And I can't imagine them wasting a whole year of Embiid's prime to go to hopefully get Harden in the offseason. So crazy.
All right, you want to grade another trade, Eric?
Yeah.
Cool.
Salvatore asks, can you break down what would be left if the Blazers tried to do the Ben Simmons salary dump this summer? On our second channel, Blazers Uprise Live yesterday, towards about 3/4 of the way through that stream, we actually went in depth with numbers. Tori had a spreadsheet on the screen, and we actually broke down all those scenarios involving both the Blazers and what it would take for the 76ers to break that, or to actually create enough cap space to do that. So if you're interested in seeing that, I think it's just easier to go find that. It's the very latest stream on our second channel, Blazers Uprise Live, if you're interested. So that's better than we could explain it right here with the time we have right now.
Yep. Shout out to Michael Slayton, who donated a $1 banana, Eric.
Nice.
Thank you, Michael Slayton, for the banana. Honestly, I could use a banana right now.
That's a breakfast, yeah.
Yeah, I might have to get some DoorDash and get a banana or something. Actually, I couldn't eat a banana on stream. People will just clip that weird and make it out, make it weird. Anyway, I need some sort of food though.
Brady Johnson, it reminded me of something. The Orlando Magic are asking for a first-round pick for Robin Lopez.
Are they?
Yeah.
And we didn't ask for a first-round pick for Norm plus Roca. Anyway, I'm going to be salty about that for a while. Anyway, let's grade another trade. All right, next up, Eric, let me put all these in a folder so I can hide all the grades at once. Boom. we're going to grade the Halliburton Sacramento trade. And this one is going to be a controversial one. I'm really looking forward to seeing what chat grades this for Sacramento. That's going to be the first grade that we have up. Let me put the chat poll, and I want to grade this one first, if you don't mind. So let me just put this up.
It's your world.
Oh, is it? Oh. Grade this trade for Sacramento. You guys are going to hear typing throughout the screen. Just, try to embrace it.
While you're typing, Shaggy Squid asks, will getting Bagley take minutes away from Jeremy Grant? Does that trade make it more likely? I don't think Bagley interferes with that. He can play center a little bit. Mm-hmm. They've been playing small with like Stewart at the center anyway. It does kind of take some minutes from Stewart, but yeah, I mean, I would expect them to trade Grant today. They've apparently got a ton of interest in him, so yeah, we'll see. But I don't think it necessarily means they're trading him for sure because Bagley. It's not like they gave up a ton to get Bagley in this situation. Yeah. And I think they're thinking more long-term with him if they could re-sign him with their restricted free agency bird rights they got in that trade as well.
Yeah, so grade the trade, chat polls there. Also leave a like on the stream. It helps us out. I grade this trade for the Kings, Eric. I mean, I'm kind of swayed. They looked good last night with Sabonis, but I have to give this a D+, man. And here's why. It's Sacramento, okay? Who wants to play in Sacramento? I feel like it's really hard to find stars that want to play in small markets, not just Sacramento, right? Even a Portland. And they had a guy who wanted to be in Sacramento and was committed to turning things around in Sacramento. In Tyrese Halliburton, they said he wasn't going to get traded. They told him he wasn't going to get traded, and then they traded him. Okay, that's not a good look. In terms of value, this isn't necessarily a bad trade. I would say this is an okay trade. Would maybe give it a C if it was just based on value. But given how Tyrese Halliburton wanted to be in Sacramento, they told him he wasn't going to get traded, and then they traded him. That's not a good look for a team that struggles to get players to want to play for them, in my opinion. And then Justin Holiday can't play home games. They also give up Buddy Hield in this trade as well. So that's why I'm giving it a D+. What grade would you give it, Eric?
I give it a C-. I don't like trading Halliburton. I think he's the guard they should have built around. But I do like condensing their guard problem into a fringe all-star level forward center who's on a tremendously good contract and isn't that old. So he's still in a window where you could build around him and have several years to do so. So I think Sabonis is going to be a good fit there. I would have chose to build around Halliburton and try to get the best possible power forward / center with Fox. But I don't think it's as bad as it could have been, and they get a really good player in the deal. It's not like us who get Bledsoe and a bunch of crap, right? It's like they actually got a legitimate player on a tremendous contract. So that's the only reason why I don't hate it for the Kings. I think Sabonis is going to be a monster there. And but yeah, Halliburton's the real deal, man. So I can't give it any more than that because that guy's so good.
Yeah, what would you grade this for the Pacers?
The Pacers, I think, get a B+ in my mind. I think Halliburton is a really good long-term piece for them. It's the perfect player for not completely tearing it down, but not also like trading for like a Jeremy Grant or something that doesn't necessarily help your long term, right? So I think it's a good trade for them, and then if they flip Hield into anything useful, I think that will make it even better. But yeah, I like the going out and getting a guy like Tyrese Halliburton if you're going to trade one of your bigs. They finally did it too, so that helps as well.
Yeah, I give it an A-. I love Halliburton, man. I'm a big time Halliburton fan, and I did not expect Indiana to be able to get back like a guy that's already this good with the potential. Like, he has legitimate star potential. And now I think long term they got to look at moving Brogdon, but like Brogdon can play off the ball. And Halliburton has proven that like when he's the main guy, he's legitimate. So that's why I didn't really like him in Sacramento next to Fox. I thought Sacramento needed to trade one of them. I think they chose the wrong one to trade, to be quite honest with you. And you bring Halliburton in, but then you also get Buddy Hield. This could make them somewhat competitive next year if they make a couple other solid moves. I like Tyrese Halliburton's fit in the backcourt next to Chris Duarte is kind of a big backcourt there. And they got rid of one of their centers finally. I've been waiting a long time for them to get rid of one of Miles Turner or Domantas Sabonis. Now I think they can move forward with Miles Turner, and it's going to be intriguing offensively to see what type of chemistry Halliburton can build with Turner should they elect to keep him past today. So I give it an A-. Chat. Go ahead.
Go ahead and put chat, but we have another trade. It's a mega trade.
It's a mega trade? All right. Breaking news, we got a mega trade. All right, chat, you guys gave them an A-, it looks like, as well. That is the trade grade for that trade. All right, what do we got in terms of a mega trade?
The Celtics are trading PJ Dozier and Bol and a future second-round pick and cash to the Magic for a second-round pick.
That's your mega trade?
Yeah. This gets the Celtics out of the tax. So they just found a team basically to dump those two from. I think Magic have trade exceptions to get those guys. I'm guessing they'll probably waive Dozier. And Bol maybe they'll keep just as maybe a future prospect, but yep, that's just a pure salary dump for Boston to get under the tax. That was their main goal today. So yeah.
Chris just sent me a Discord message, and I'll ask you this question. He said, "Do you want graphics for the mega trade, LMAO?" Do you want graphics for the mega trade, Eric? Since this is your
let's put every trade.
All right, yeah, make graphics for the mega trade. I didn't do it for the Ingles trade because that was pretty. I mean, I guess I could because they're gonna use Nikhil Alexander-Walker, but I had him before today and was very minor. But I'm looking at it from the Blazers' point of view. It was minor for the Blazers. Anyway, you got me so excited. I was like transitioning back off that trade deadline screen, or that trade grade screen.
Yeah.
With excitement and. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's a mega trade to you, Eric. Who am I to tell you that that's not a mega trade?
Yeah,
right?
Man. I mean, Bol, right?
I mean, he's a mega player in terms of height. So, yeah, maybe that's where you're going with that. Anyway.
I mean, before I even said anything, the full trade was in chat, so you guys could have read, but
I mean, reading's overrated. Give me a sec, I gotta type.
All right.
Yeah, it's muted on stream, but Eric hears everything I'm typing, so good old ASMR for Eric. Anyway, me and Chris had a little miscommunication on the way to do something, so gotta sort that out. Anyway, a little lull in the action. We do have another trade to grade. It's fun to grade trades. So for the 4-team trade, you want to grade the 4-team trade that just went down? All right. Yeah. Let's grade that one. So let me. This was the placeholder. Don't mind that. None of it makes sense. Okay. Boom. All right. So we're gonna do it like this for multi-team trades. Bucks get Serge Ibaka in two seconds. They send DiVincenzo, Rodney Hood, and Shemi Ojeleye. Eric, what do you think about this trade for the Bucks?
Mm,
This is kind of a weird trade.
I give it a C minus because just the way they handled the whole DiVincenzo. I think he's a pretty good player, and you get a couple of seconds, but to not. I mean, maybe Ibaka has a resurgence there, but he looks pretty old lately. I don't know if he's going to help very much. I know they needed a center, but to give up probably your best trade piece without ruining like your rotations too much to get Serge Ibaka isn't a great move, in my opinion.
I give it a C. They needed a big man, so it makes sense. DiVincenzo, I think, is a little better player, but he hasn't necessarily played the best since coming back from injury, so who knows. It's kind of hard to tell exactly what he is as a player. Serge Ibaka hasn't been that good this year, but he's been able to hit some threes, so playing off Giannis makes sense. So it's just a very meh trade to me, therefore I give it a C. The chat polls in chat, and I will end that in like 10 seconds.
And then we missed a couple donos, so let's get to those. M. Alam says, a $2 donation. Love the new graphics for this year's trade stream. Yeah, thank you to Tori and Chris for all the work they did for those. Look great. And then
Glad you enjoy them.
Shaggy Squid had a $5 dono and says, will you guys be disappointed if we don't make more trades, even if just small ones? I feel I would be.
I mean, given how I don't have confidence in this front office, I would be okay with that. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Most of our assets, like Josh Hart, and Eric Bledsoe, could in theory be traded still at the draft. So I guess it's not the worst thing.
Yeah.
But to me, that's dependent on what we do this summer. If we chase cap space and we cut Hart, we don't re-sign Nurkic, and we just waive Bledsoe and have that dead money, I'm going to be kind of mad, even more mad than I am, because that's really dumb. If we trade all those guys today and we get at least something back for him, then I can be a little... I'm still not happy with the plan. I still think the plan overall is dumb, but I'd be fine with them actually executing whatever direction they were going. So yeah, I'm kind of in the middle, and I'd be fine with small trades, but I don't want to do anything dumb either. But if the small trades seem like they're trying to clear cap space like the trade yesterday, I think it makes sense. But yeah.
Yeah. Kings trade, I give a B. They give up Marvin Bagley, get back DiVincenzo, Trey Lyles, and Josh Jackson. They needed to get... they kind of had a logjam in the front court. I don't know what they're going to do with Rashawn Holmes. Now they have Domantas Sabonis, but after trading out Buddy Hield and Tyrese Halliburton, they actually, believe it or not, needed a two-guard, in my opinion, and DiVincenzo can be that two-guard. Trey Lyles and Josh Jackson are pretty irrelevant to this trade, in my opinion. This would be higher if they didn't freaking waste a second round, or a number 2 overall pick on Marvin Bagley, so, to pass on Luka, and all you get out of it is DiVincenzo, Trey Lyles, and Josh Jackson is long term that's an L, but that was a different front office back then, so can't knock this front office too much for that. So I give it a B. What do you give this trade, Eric?
Yeah, I give it a C. A lot of the same reasons. Not only to take Bagley number 2, which wasn't their current person in charge of the personnel's issue, but to wait until like the last possible time you can trade Bagley and get this little value for him. If they should have just moved on from him like a year ago or so, and you might have still had some value with a year and a half or 2 years left on his contract. So you got to get something better for him. But
Mm-hmm.
I guess all things considered, to get a DiVincenzo to go along with Sabonis and Fox, I kind of like their team now. I just don't like that this is the best they got for a number 2 pick.
Yep. Chat, it looks like it's gonna be straight up B. Kind of close to B minus, but it looks like it's gonna be a B. Saw something in chat say, don't tell us or let us vote first. I forget what it said, but yeah, don't vote based on what we pick. All right, have your own thoughts. If you think DiVincenzo is Michael Jordan, then give it an A plus or vote an A.
It's hard because we're so smart.
Yeah, true. And people want to be like us. I get it. Anyway, that is the Kings trade. Let's grade this from Detroit's point of view. Detroit gets Bagley for Trey Lyles, Josh Jackson, and 2 Detroit seconds. Eric, what do you give this trade?
I'd like to see what the seconds are, but to get, a team like the Pistons, I like versus. Okay, so we saw, right, the Pelicans, the Kings, teams like that go for it this year, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Pistons, I like that they're taking a flyer on someone that they could possibly re-sign. If he doesn't work out the rest of this year, you can let him go, right? So I think that getting a player like Marvin Bagley, even though I don't think he's very good, for that little, and you have the rest of the season to play him, see how he fits with some of your young players like Cade Cunningham, I think that's fine. And so I give this trade a solid B for them.
Cool. All right. You said
B.
B. All right. I give it a C plus. I get taking a flyer on Marvin Bagley. I just don't think he's that good. And you're giving up 2 potential early Detroit seconds if they're, depending on what years they happen. If this is like a 2026 Detroit second, then my grade would go up to like a B minus potentially. Let me put this poll in chat as well. But I give it a C plus for the Pistons. And by the way, we're keeping track of Twitter or anything. If anything breaks, we will immediately switch back to the main scene and talk about whatever is breaking. This just kind of fills in the gaps as we go along. Let me get this chat poll in here, Eric. I'll give you guys 30 seconds to vote on this chat poll.
While they're doing that, so CJ was at the Pelicans shoot around this morning, and he was asked, I just lost it. He said he was involved in the process when Portland moved him. He said he was okay with being traded to New Orleans. And when asked why, he said, young talent, you've seen B.I. lately? So I think he's excited to play with Brandon Ingram.
I'm glad he's happy. That's all I'm going to say on that.
And go, if you're on Twitter, go give Ant's girlfriend a like or a follow or something. It's Bree Hudson. She's out there defending Ant against all the Laker haters. So if you hate the Lakers and you love our Anthony Simons, go help defend her against all the people saying that the Lakers lost to a bunch of YMCA players and we let some guy named Anthony Simons drop 30 on us. It's ridiculous. Like, nah, man, Anthony Simons is the absolute truth, and we're lucky to have him.
Yeah, so if Anthony Simons played for the Lakers, he'd be the next superstar, and they'd be able to trade him for like anybody in the league. But since he's in Portland, they don't know who he is. That's just how it goes. Like you hear all the stuff about Taylor Horton-Tucker. Dude, imagine if they actually had a good young player instead of him. Imagine how the talk would be. Anyway, let's finish off grading this 4-team deal with the Clippers. This helps put things in perspective, kind of looking at it this way. They trade out Serge Ibaka and get back Rodney Hood and Shamil Chalet. They weren't playing Serge Ibaka Rodney Hood and Semi Ojeleye don't really help them at all. Ibaka
This
wasn't expiring.
this was a clear cap cut,
Yeah,
tax savings.
they save tax. Yeah, so I give it, given the fact that it saves tax, and honestly, like the players don't really matter because they weren't playing Serge Ibaka anyway. He's like their third string center. I gotta give this an A minus. Because they accomplished saving some legitimate money without giving up a second round pick or anything. So I'm going with an A minus for the Clippers.
I'm gonna go with a C just because, if there is a possible trade out there, and they need Serge Ibaka's, near $10 million, and they might have given up a chance to get something that actually helps them instead of just saving tax. But other than that, I think it's a solid move. I don't think it matters too much to give them anything higher than a C. It's just a fine trade, and they save money. So it's not good. It's not bad. But yeah.
See, here's where this is the first time we've disagreed on these trade grades. They don't have like a future first to attach to anything, and they already have
They can trade a 2028 first.
I mean, I don't see them. Like, who are they going to trade Serge Ibaka in a 2028 first?
Okay.
Well, after the Powell and Covington trade, they already they have a stacked bench now because they got Hartenstein, they got Rocco off the bench, they're starting Norman Powell now, but they increased their depth so much with that trade that like any piece kind of a little bit worse than like a Norman Powell might not even have a spot in the rotation. They became a deep team with that first trade. So in terms of the little bit of pick assets they have, it would be hard to like upgrade their rotation given the depth that they have now.
Thomas Oransky brought up a good point. I would like to change my grade to a B.
What was the point that Thomas Oransky brought up?
Well, he said they got a decent TPE. Since Hood and Ojeleye are both minimum contracts, they can absorb them using the minimum contract rule, and so they get the full Serge Ibaka. So that's a 9.7 trade exception. So yeah, that is a good tool for a team like the Clippers. So I changed mine to a B and concede. You were right, Tori. It is better than I gave it credit for. I only gave it a C because, like I said, it wasn't it didn't really matter long term other than saving money.
Got you. Chat gives it a B minus. All right, we finally have finished grading this mammoth trade that doesn't really mean much because it's a bunch of mediocre players. Anyway, still no updates in terms of Twitter, except you do have Chris Haynes reporting that the Nets and Sixers were engaged in trade talks this morning centered on James Harden. So we'll see if that goes down at any point. We'll see if that breaks. Anyway. You want to bring Gabe on in like 5 minutes?
It's only up to you.
Yeah, let's bring Gabe on for like 15, 20 minutes. He can kick it with us. Let me just make sure he's ready.
We got another trade. Oh, we got to grade the other trades too.
Yeah. I can throw that in there.
Marcus says, I just woke up. What did I miss? You missed the blockbuster of the Celtics trading PJ Dozier and Bol to the Magic for nothing, basically. And you missed who else? Thad Young for Goran Dragic and a first. And a 4-team trade with a bunch of basically crap except for Bagley and going to the Pistons and DiVincenzo going to the Kings. Priest with the $5 donation. Don't worry, man. We've got you. He says, wait, Dragic and Collins and Murray on Spurs, DiVincenzo and Fox and Sabonis on Kings. Kings and Spurs make play-in over Pels 100%. The Pels draft pick looking fire. The Spurs are waiving Dragic, and he's expected to go to one of 4 teams, but the most likely is the Dallas Mavericks. So Dragic is going to be bought out, so he does not factor into them on their team in any way. So they lost Thad Young and Drew Eubanks and didn't pick up anything that'll help them this year. So might be the opposite of that.
Yep.
Gabe's been chugging coffee for this.
Good. I'm glad you're energized, Gabe. Let me update the left banner slideshow. Let me do that. Then I'll have Eric call you.
The Magic waived each one more for a roster spot. Not sure if that matters at all.
Good for them.
I think he's been out the whole year, if not most of the year. So yeah.
Cool. All right. So if Gabe's ready, do you have his
Let me see if I can.
From previous calls, his email from previous calls, Eric?
I think so.
Cool. I'll have to set up that scene once you get him in here, so I'm gonna solo camera myself for the time being. Yeah, cool. We'll just do that. For some reason, I can't make it look any better than this, but yeah, feel free to call him, Eric.
I am. He's not answering.
Cool. He was already.
Brian P. asks, how come the Blazers seem to always trade away first-round draft picks, but we rarely get one back? That is the question that Tori and I have been answering or asking for several days. We always overpay when we buy, and we sell low when we trade our players. It's stupid, and that's why we hated the trade from last Friday, especially.
Yep.
Yeah, he didn't answer.
He said, let me see if Skype is working. So Skype isn't working. Oh, there he is. All right, let me set up the guest scene. I couldn't do that until we had all three of everyone in here.
So I see several people talking about CJ involvement in the process. We literally just talked about that a few minutes ago. I don't know.
All right. Yeah, just give me.
Jamie Roscoe says, "What's your guys' prediction on where our picks land in the draft?" Thanks. Most likely, our pick's probably going to be around like 6-ish or so, and the Pelicans pick probably around 10-ish. Yeah. So that's the most likely outcome. Hopefully, we are as bad as possible. So, yeah. Zach DeMello, we do have a countdown timer. It's in the top right corner if you can't see it.
Well, on this scene, it's now right below Gabe in like kind of the bottom right middle. What's going on, Gabe? We got Gabe from
Wow, what a
point down to the countdown for people who
the countdown. You got to point to that so they know. Otherwise, they won't know. But yeah, we got you like the guest banner I got for you. Gabe, you like the banner up there for you, man?
Unbelievable.
What's up, Gabe? How you doing?
We don't deserve it.
You deserve it. You deserve it all.
Thank you, Chris. What's going on, Eric?
Not much. Just excited for one of my favorite days of the year.
All right, so I'm trying to figure out where I can hear both of you from, right? So do I hear Tori?
Yeah, you should be able to.
No, I think I have to be listening to Blazers Uprise.
Can you hear me, Eric?
No, you won't. You don't want to
like
listen
the
on
YouTube. I can hear Eric live.
Why can't you hear me? Hello? Weird. They can't hear me. All right, let me fix this.
So I just muted. I can hear Tori, but he's kind of delayed. I can hear you, Eric.
Tori, it says
now I can't even hear you. What in the world?
All right, yeah.
I can hear myself, and now I can hear you guys. So just go ahead. I'll just try to act like I don't hear myself.
Mr. Jiggles says Blazers should trade Ingles, Keon Johnson and 2 firsts for Jeremy Grant. As a Pistons fan, I'd approve of this trade. The Blazers cannot combine any of their contracts, so it would have to be Bledsoe instead of Ingles. But
Keon?
yeah, I'm not giving up 2 firsts for Jeremy Grant.
Can y'all hear me now?
I can hear you still.
Okay, Gabe should be able to hear me now.
I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I switched my mic off for some reason when it added you to the call. It switched my mic to something else, so that's why that was happening. Anyway, so we got Gabe from Valley
You can hear me,
Podcast.
Gabe, too?
Gabe, can you hear Eric?
Yes.
Okay, cool. We're good to go. We're good to go then. We're chilling. All right, so we got Gabe from Valley
Perfect.
Podcast.
Both of
You're
y'all.
going to hang out with us for a bit. If you're a Suns fan, go subscribe to
But then I
Valley
just-
Podcast. Even if you're not a Suns fan, go subscribe to Valley Podcast. They do play-by-play streams, and they're just pure entertainment. Gabe, you're a pure entertainer, man. Yeah, just happy to hang out with you.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, we got a little lull right now. This is kind of how trade deadline goes. So just happy to be able to bring you on here and chill, man. What you been doing today? You just been tuning into the stream, drinking coffee. That it?
Just been watching, and then as a fan, just hoping, as I imagine everyone is.
What
What are you hoping for? Eric Gordon?
Now, I was really hoping for Dragic, and now that I see what they're going to give up from Dallas, I don't think we're going to get him. I don't think there's anything we're going to offer them. Like, were they really going to give him Porzingis for Dragic?
I don't know where you
I don't
heard that
think
rumor
so.
from, but I wouldn't believe that. Did you get ball sacked sports, Gabe?
Maybe. That's
Don't
now that you mention
it.
fall for the sack, man.
I mean, Dragic is about to be a free agent, so if the Suns want him, they could, offer him a contract. But I think the Suns are trying to get better while also saving money and cutting cap for next year. So, yeah.
AJ says it was Jake Fisher who's legitimate, so you did not get ball sacked.
I feel like
Gabe, you gotta listen to us on Skype, not
I
the
just feel like
stream,
we have such
man.
a short window.
Jake the Priest got ball sack.
Well, fix this for me. I'm a boomer.
You're acting
All right.
like a boomer right now,
Stream
man.
off.
Skype.
All I can hear is Skype.
If you can't hear us through Skype, you gotta switch your audio to your headphones, bro. This is part of the stream where Gabe just acts like a boomer.
I kid you not.
Oh man.
It's like having my mom on the stream or something.
I can. All right.
Can you hear us through Skype?
Come on. I can hear you through. Let me turn Skype down. Let me do that.
Turn it down.
Hey, Connor, don't time people out for getting ball sacked on accident. I mean, like if it's obviously on purpose, but it's hard to know intent there. So sorry, Jake, for giving you a timeout, but
Yeah, don't fall for ballsack sports on Twitter, all right? That is the ultimate troll.
look for the sack before you post anything.
Yes. Beavis says me and Gabe gonna start Boomer podcast. Gabe's younger than Eric though. I'm the only
All right,
one who
yeah,
can
he
make
was-
jokes here. Age jokes.
He was spamming. Okay, good job, Ben.
Cool. All right. You good, Gabe? Can you hear us?
Sorry, I missed it. Thanks. Good job, Connor.
And now we can't hear Gabe. Oh man.
Yeah, okay.
So why is it when
Now we can hear
why is
you.
it when I mute myself, I could still hear you?
Yeah, because you mute yourself and you don't mute us.
You don't understand
Maybe
why
we
we
can-
can't hear you when you mute yourself?
First of all, I'm the boomer. Y'all are using Skype. So
I mean, what do you say? Okay, what's the
You can
hip
hear
new
us right now?
program? The hip new video calling program, Zoom. Are you saying we should be using Zoom?
no, I don't even have Zoom. I don't even use Zoom.
Yeah.
I can ignore it if you guys can. Am I at least? Can you guys hear me? Am I on a delay?
Nah, you're fine. Were you listening to us through the stream though? Because it seemed like there was like a 4-second delay with your answers. So the problem is the streams aren't live. I wish the streams were perfect.
Oh, I am.
Yeah.
He still is, I think.
Oh.
It's so bad.
This is your guys' entertainment break.
Tori and I have tried Discord before. It's the quality for YouTube when it goes to YouTube is not good. So
for whatever reason, Eric, the alerts are gonna go right on your chest. There you go. Boom.
okay.
Anyway, yeah. Discord. The audio is like good through Discord calls, but for whatever reason, it didn't work with streaming. So, Gabe, all right, Gabe, question. Since you're a guest, we should ask you questions. How'd you feel about Thad Young getting traded to the Raptors? That hurt?
This isn't going to work.
Well, it's really not going to work if I'm speaking at a delay because I'm speaking slowly. So I was mad that we didn't get Thad Young, but it is what it is. I really just wanted Goran. That's the part that upset me, was Goran.
You wanted the Goran, 3.0 experiment? You want him back in Phoenix?
How are you going to match salary for Goran?
Pretty much. I felt like we owed him. I feel like he's been waiting. I don't think we can. Dario, we could have ordered them trash. And I don't think they would have taken it.
But Dario's only making, $8 or $9 million? It would have been tough for you to get to 15 million or so to
Sticks and
JaVale.
Somebody we're gonna add other people. We worked on it.
I actually helped him with this. I helped Gabe with this. It was like Shamit's poison pill is low enough that it would be like Shamit. What was it? Like Shamit, Saric, in Sticks for Dragic.
Toronto's not touching Shamit's contract.
I think Gordon right now is like the number one trade target for Phoenix. If they make a move, I just think this is going to be another deadline that's just kind of dead for Phoenix. I mean, they don't need to make a trade. They're 42-10, but you guys could use like a consistent scorer off the bench because I think Campaign's a little too inconsistent for my liking, and then Shamit just hasn't been a good pickup in my opinion. He hasn't shot the 3-ball super well this year, and that's pretty much all he can do. So I feel like they kind of need a guy that can score a little bit, that can do some things. So maybe Eric Gordon in that role would be the guy to go out and get.
Eric Gordon's the guy that we want.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna trade Sticks for like Torrey Craig or something. Get Torrey Craig back.
He would love Torrey Craig back.
I would. I can't say what I do on this family stream, but I'd do it.
Instead of that, the Suns would love Eric Bledsoe.
Oh hell yeah! You guys want Eric Bledsoe?
Good job, Beavis.
No Bledsoe.
Bledsoe.
I think Bledsoe wants to be there now.
I bet.
He's now he's saying I don't want to be here in Portland, man. We've switched spots, so you guys can have him. We'll take Sticks, and I don't want Shamit though. So I mean, I don't know how you match the salary. I wouldn't want Shamit even for Bledsoe at this point.
No one does. No one does. Y'all were right. We were dead ass wrong.
Yeah. I mean, you guys could have gotten a shooter with that pick too. That's why I didn't understand. Zach says Bledsoe will be a Phoenix Sun. Hopefully he's not Blazer. I don't care who he is. Hopefully he's not a Blazer after today, though.
He hurt us, man.
Yeah. All right.
So Thomas Oransky brings something up that I want to talk about. He says, what about flipping Winslow McElmore for Nesmith now that Boston has 2 open roster spots? Boston traded 2 minimum contracts to get out of the tax. So they're not going to trade for Winslow to go back into the tax because I think he makes around the same as Nesmith, and then they'd be adding... they might be able to stay out of the tax that way, maybe. Actually, now that I think about it, might keep them out of the tax barely, but just keep that in mind if you're talking about trading someone to Boston. It's probably not going to be more than like $1 million or so in extra money going back to them because they do not want to go in the tax.
Yep.
Michael Carter-Williams is about to be waived by the Magic as well. You could pick up your Michael Carter-Williams or get Etuan Moore back. Gabe.
I'd take Etuan Moore.
Yeah, I mean, he can... How's he shooting this year? Is he even playing at all?
Yeah, the Celtics could move Schroeder.
Any tabs on him? All I know is when we had him, he played really good.
Yeah, he's played 20. No, he hasn't even played this year. Etuan Moore, hasn't played a single game. Has he been hurt?
Man, Corey.
Yeah, I mean, all right.
I just said he's been out. I don't know.
Sorry, I'm tripping. All right. I'm focused on like 5 different things here.
With you.
Yeah.
I mean, Etuan Moore, he's been on the injury report like every time we've had a Magic game. So yeah, they signed him and he never played for him. He's their Pau Gasol now.
He's not a bad like shooter, buyout candidate.
Well, if he's hurt though.
Yeah, I mean, is he out for the season?
If it's legit, I don't know. Chris says he has a knee problem, so
yeah. I mean, like if he's out for the season, then obviously not. But if he's able to come back at some point, minimum contract buyout guy with some experience, there's going to be teams that strike out on buyout guys, and I think he'll get picked up by somebody hoping that he can return, and maybe if they need a shooter in a pinch. Now, he didn't shoot that well last year, but before that was pretty much a knockdown shooter, so I could see him getting signed. We need trade news, because we're talking about Etuan Moore.
Yeah.
Anyway.
That's funny.
Gabe... I think we'll bring you back on if there's a Spurs trade. If you come back on, make sure or a Suns trade, not a Spurs trade, right? Or you could pretend to be Larry, or Gary. Yeah, but if we bring you back on, just make sure to listen through Skype because the delay just makes it so we can't even have a conversation. Unfortunately,
so for me, Skype. I get no audio. I'm getting 0 audio from Skype.
Connect your headphones to Skype. Go to Skype settings and then audio and then connect your headphones. You should do that right now.
All right, I'll do that for next time.
We'll see if that works for you. Yeah. Because that's probably what it is. Your headphones just aren't connected. So if you go to like the 3 bars on the top left, open that up, hit the 3 dots and go to settings, then you'll be able to connect your headphones. Anyway, I'm down. It's hilariously funny. Stop spamming chat. Anybody that spams chat, it's a 5-minute timeout. Anyway, yeah, Gabe, I mean, I'd love to bring you back on if there's a Suns trade. Just want to be able to talk to you, my guy. Unfortunately, the delay is just kind of undoable.
I'll be around, man.
All right, man. Have a good rest of your day. Good luck with this trade deadline. All right.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Bye, Gabe. Love you.
All right.
He couldn't even hear me.
I know.
Or he ignored it. I don't know what's worse.
I don't know if he could hear it. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's our fault for using Skype. We're too primitive for Gabe. Gabe's too advanced, unfortunately. But anyway, that was entertaining. We got donuts to catch up on.
Clearly, a bot says Eric's a romantic today. What do you mean today?
You're a romantic today, huh? Because it's like a holiday for you.
It's every day.
Anyway, donos. Cat, I think you think Priest is dono, right?
Yeah.
All right, so then...
Wait, real quick.
Yeah.
So, Caden Mira says the Suns could, get Dragic in the buyout market. They could sign Isaiah Thomas as a free agent. And they could trade for Eric Bledsoe. And they could reunite that awesome 3-point guard thing that worked out so well for them, like 6 years ago or however long.
Dude, honestly, they should do it just for the meme. I mean, They're playing Ish Wainwright, right? Isaiah Thomas is better than him, right? So, Dude, I remember that experiment, and people were like, "Oh my goodness, this guard rotation is going to be insane," and then it was just the least cohesive thing possible. The only thing that could be less cohesive is if you like added Westbrook to that rotation, and you had like Westbrook as the small forward with like Isaiah Thomas and Eric Bledsoe as the starting guards. Yeah, they're obviously in a much better place now than they were back then, though. All right, let me take the past couple of donos. We got a dono from Chaw Sports, £5. I think that's pound. Dono, yeah, he's in the UK, so that's UK uses. That's pounds, right? Yeah, I'm so bad with currency. Thank you to Chaw Sports for £5 dono. Says, hi guys, I'm watching from the UK. Just got into covering the NBA myself. Trailblazers could be on a long-term rebuild, building to a future title. And yeah, it looks like it maybe a more of a retooling might be the better term for it, because I think they're trying to win next year. So retooling is more of like a one year thing. Rebuilding, I think, is more kind of like a 3-4 year thing in terms of terms to use. But yeah, I mean, it's looking like this team is going to suck the rest of the year unless they play the Lakers, who they beat last night somehow, some way. That was entertaining. You know, never a bad thing to beat the Lakers, right? So I appreciate the dono, Chaw Sports. And then shout out Nolan Marshall, $5 Canadian dono, says Masai Ujiri gets Thad Young, Precious Eubanks, and a Detroit second round pick, 31st pick at the moment, for an expiring Kyle Lowry contract. That's an A- in my books. Yeah.
Well, they also gave up a first. So.
They gave up a first.
But I mean, that's pretty good value. They probably should have traded him last year, but I guess considering they didn't, I guess it worked out pretty good for them. But probably should have gotten as much as they could have at the last trade deadline and not risk the sign and trade working out and them tampering and all that stuff. But I think overall, they did a pretty good job to get a couple of young players. But I mean, Precious is really the only one that's going to be a long-term fit there, and then whatever they get with that second-round pick, but they gave up a first for it. So not really a ton after this season, but those guys will definitely help them this year.
Yep. Bonnie says, am I a bad teacher for having this stream going on my phone while I was teaching? No, that means you're the coolest teacher. That means you're the best teacher. You're our favorite teacher, Bonnie.
We can't have any bad language then.
Oh, yeah. Can't corrupt the kiddos, right? So, family stream. As Gabe said, it's a family stream. Gabe said, I think I got it fixed. Hopefully the Suns do something. Yeah, it's... It happened to me with my mic where it, like, reset it to default on Skype. So that's why you guys couldn't hear me. Yeah. You can't have a conversation on a 4-second delay. That's literally like when you guys are seeing me, it's 4 seconds after. It's like a 4-second delay between when we're streaming and like when you see it. So that's not that much of a delay. We always set it to the lowest delay. Like normal latency on YouTube is about like 20-ish seconds. I like to keep it lower just so it's more live, more interactive. So I keep it to around 4 seconds. Could you imagine that with a 20-second delay, that conversation, Eric?
Yeah.
He would maybe be answering us at time, but he would be answering the previous question while we were asking the next question. That might have been something. Anyway, why is the Levert trade not being graded? Oh, Krish, can you do the Levert trade? I forgot about the Levert trade. The Levert trade we should grade. So, Krish, if you can do it on the left banner and for the trade grade, since we have a lull here, that would be cool. Let me message him. Because I would definitely want to grade that trade. Shout out to whoever brought that up. I forget. If the Christmas trade for Westbrook's garbage contract, Weaver needs to be fired. Is there a rumor about that? I don't see why they would do that.
Who?
Detroit trading for Westbrook's garbage contract. We had a comment like that in chat. I don't know where the idea came from.
Man, yeah. I can't. I mean, other than to sell tickets, which I don't know why people would want to see Westbrook, but I can't think of a worse direction for the Pistons to go in than to trade like Jeremy Grant and Olynyk, I guess it would, and they'd have to include someone else.
Mm-hmm.
That seems really weird. I don't know why they would do that.
Yeah. Yeah. Shout out to Fly Guy 69 with the $20 dono. There's no message on it though. I don't know if that's a mistake, Fly Guy. So if you meant to leave a message with that, go ahead and let us know in chat and leave your message in chat and we'll read it off. Thank you for the $20 dono, man. It means a lot.
Thank you, Fly Guy. Maestro asked, do you think Duncan Robinson would fit this Blazers squad? No, for two reasons. One, I think we have enough shooting right now without like sacrificing our defense even more. And two, any player that's kind of a mid player like that, that has a long-term contract, I don't understand why we would trade Norm for basically nothing and then bring on a contract that has several years on it at about the same price or a little more. So don't look for any player that's not someone that Dame would absolutely love to have on the team. If he has more than this season left on his contract, I don't think that's the kind of moves Portland is looking to make.
Yep. Let's create another trade, Eric. Let's create this trade. Since we have just a huge lull in the action. Raptors
right.
get Thad Young, Drew Eubanks, and a 2022 Detroit second. Spurs get Goran Dragic and a 2022 Toronto first. Eric, I'll let you go first on Toronto.
It's okay. I mean, getting another forward, I guess, having some depth, like you said, their bench isn't great. I think Eubanks could be a 15.
Wait.
Sham spot.
The Brooklyn Nets and Philadelphia 76ers are finalizing a trade sending James Harden for Ben Simmons and Seth Curry and draft picks. There's the Woj bomb.
Holy crap.
So this happened despite Steve Nash saying it wasn't going to happen. James Harden is officially going to the Philadelphia 76ers. Wow. All right.
So, I was seeing people... Wow. You can keep talking. Sorry.
I'm updating the stream title. What were you saying?
All right. This is... Now, this... I mean, we were joking earlier with the Bull thing, but this is actually league-changing. This is crazy. Cray.
Did you just say cray? It absolutely is crazy. I'll get into my thoughts in a second. I'm just updating the stream title and the tags, But so Ben Simmons in Philadelphia is kind of a weird fit with KD and Kyrie, but defensively he makes sense.
Yeah, I heard what they're planning on doing was having him become a post-up player and running the offense through him in the post instead of him being like the main ball handler. But
yeah, I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see how Ben Simmons plays off KD and Kyrie. We
need Romp on here pretty soon.
I'll get Romp on here in a second. I don't have a guest banner for him, unfortunately.
So this does mean that in all likelihood Harden did request a trade and want out of there. So this guy he basically forces Houston to trade him to Brooklyn, and then a year later forces Brooklyn to trade him to a team in the same conference that they're competing for a title. Man, this is crazy.
Absolutely.
But they get Harden. Dude, remember? Flashback to when Morey was trying to get Harden from Houston. Remember his reluctance to give up Ben Simmons or any draft picks along with Ben Simmons?
Yeah.
And he wasted last year and now this year, half of this year, and gives up more than he probably would have had to give up if he would have just traded for Harden last year. So it's still an L for Morey, but I guess he gets his guy. And the frickin' Brooklyn Nets let Morey off the hook for being like the worst GM ever for up until this point on the 76ers.
Yep. All right, I'm making a banner for Romp. Romp, if you're listening, message me your Skype email, and we'll bring you into this call and get your thoughts on this as a Sixers fan.
Complete trade. Sixers get Harden. Nets get Ben Simmons, Seth Curry, Andre Drummond, and two first-round picks.
2 firsts?
Yeah.
Well, they were not going to ask, or they said they weren't going to attach assets to Ben Simmons in a Brooklyn trade, and they end up doing it. So
Millsap in there too. I don't see. Yeah.
Wow.
So, yeah, Brooklyn. I mean, they have to stay good because this is going to turn into the Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett trade all over again if they don't stay good. But Morey gave up a ton for Harden. Holy crap.
Yeah, he did.
Woj made a follow-up tweet. It's not I guess it's only, that was probably a reply, right? So I'll go look at that. Right. But that's why it's not updating on the thing. Not Alien Wojnarowski. The Nets are including Paul Millsap in the deal too, sources tell ESPN. Okay. The Sixers are sending the Nets an unprotected 2022, so their unprotected pick this year, which will probably be in the 20s somewhere, and a protected 2027 first-round pick. Not sure what the protections are yet.
All right, I made Romp a banner.
But yeah, so the Sixers vault from a cool story, but not a high ceiling probably once the playoffs come around, to maybe favorites in the East now?
Yeah, I don't know if I want to go that far, but they're definitely, I mean, they were really good with Embiid this year. So you literally just send out Seth Curry and Drummond for Harden and Millsap. Yeah. So they definitely get better than they already were. So yeah, I mean, they're definitely, I don't see how you put a team above them in the East. It depends on how Harden.
The Bucks are still going to be a tough out, but
yeah. All right. Let's see if Romp messaged me. Nope, he hasn't.
It's probably.
It's freaking out, yeah. I mean, I would be too, man, if I got, James Harden. So they're going to start Maxey, Harden. Who have they been starting at the 3? See, this would be a good question for Romp. Korkmaz or Thibault. Harris, and then Embiid. So, okay, let's just talk about this from the Blazers standpoint, because this is a Blazers channel. The cap space for Ben Simmons' dream is obviously dead at this point. That is not...
They got Danny Green and Tobias, too. Still.
Oh, yeah, they got... Yeah. So the cap space route for the Blazers makes no sense now. I feel like this might be a domino, like the Blazers might pull off a trade very soon, because now they know that they're not going to be able to get Ben Simmons with cap space. So... if Jeremy Grant's going to get traded to the Blazers. Maybe they were waiting for this to make sure that they couldn't go out and get Ben Simmons. That is very possible. But now I don't think the Blazers should trade for cap space. Yeah, that's quite the bomb, man. We finally got something. It's like there was no news for a while, and then maybe this breaks the floodgates in terms of follow-up trades. Obviously, this is the big domino to fall, though. Daniel G, I don't agree with that.
So Nurk just posted a minute ago 3 out of 10 with a smiling face with sunglasses, and then a Michael Jackson eating popcorn gif from Thriller.
What does that mean? He is such a troll. He is such a troll.
3 out of 10? I don't know.
He wanted Simmons. Because he and Simmons, I know they talked trash before, but he and Simmons are boys. They're clutch guys. So.
310 is when the Sixers and Nets play. So you could have included the 2022 or something to make it a little more obvious it was a date.
Yeah.
March 10th is when those two teams play. Cool.
Yeah, I mean, that'll be interesting.
How pissed is KD right now?
Probably pretty pissed. I mean, I don't know what Harden wants. Harden doesn't seem to know what he wants. Like, this... Philadelphia has... I mean, they traded for Jimmy Butler and let Jimmy Butler walk so they could make it work with Ben Simmons so that in the end they can trade Ben Simmons for James Harden, who doesn't want to be anywhere, it seems like. Because I don't know why... I don't know what Harden's reasoning was for not wanting to be in Brooklyn. I don't know if he just wanted to be more of the guy, like he was...
It sounds like what happened was he was frustrated that one of the players he came to Brooklyn to win a championship with didn't want to, get a certain vaccine to ensure that he could play and so they could be the best possible team.
Wow.
Well, Harden started making comments about it. Like he said a few weeks ago that he might just like sneakily give him the shot himself and things like that. So, yeah, I don't think, as Dame points out in the chat, I don't think he really liked being in Brooklyn either. And as Zacho says, the biggest winner in this trade is Philadelphia strip clubs.
That's true. That's a very good comment. Chris Haynes tweeted out, Brooklyn will take its time getting Ben Simmons acclimated, but the star guard welcomes a change of scenery and has already had conversations with Kevin Durant, and they're all on the same page, league sources tell at Yahoo Sports.
So he's going to be... Yep, he'll probably play right away. And so Ben Simmons was also for a long time unvaccinated, and so he wouldn't have been able to play in home games either. Mm-hmm. But I think within the last month or so, he finally got vaccinated. So maybe he had a feeling that he needed to do that in order to get traded to a team that he wanted to go to. So I don't know if he wanted to go to the Nets, but yeah. That's very interesting.
So,
but this pretty much eliminates any chance we had of getting in though.
Yeah, I mean the Ben Simmons to Portland dream is dead. Blazer fans, apologies, but that dream is no longer a dream. So it's going to be interesting to see if the Blazers do make another trade. If they make another trade, it's pretty much Jeremy Grant at this point. I don't see them trading Josh Hart. I don't really see them chasing cap space. I think they're going to use the traded player exception on Jeremy Grant. We'll see what they give up for him. Maybe Detroit gets desperate and Portland can get better value on a trade. We will see. But, yeah, I mean, the Ben Simmons route is dead. And without Ben Simmons being on the table, trying to get cap space just doesn't really make sense. Who are they going to get cap space for? This isn't a good free agent class. There's really not another trade target that they can trade using the cap space. So it's hard to really think of a feasible option. If they want to match salary in a trade this offseason, they could guarantee Bledsoe's $18 million and make that an expiring next season. Bledsoe would love that, obviously, and then attach him with like Hart.
I think it goes up to $20 million next year.
Yeah, but like they could attach him and Hart or whatever, or they could attach because the Blazers just currently don't have many contracts going into next season. They have Nurkic and Simons are free agents. Little's not making much. They don't really have any sizable contracts. So if they want to go out and get like say a Siakam becomes available for like the 6th overall pick, if that's where we end up, then Bledsoe plus Hart could be that matching salary. You wouldn't need cap space to do that. So without Ben Simmons being on the table, going after cap space makes absolutely no sense for Portland. That's where they're at right now.
Yeah, I mean, you could get lucky with the Celtics getting bounced early and Jaylen Brown wanting out, or them going another direction. Maybe we get a high pick and we trade that for them with cap space. But yeah, I don't know.
Yep. So for Brooklyn, I wonder if they're going to... Joe Harris has been hurt. I assume they're going to bring Curry off the bench once Joe Harris is back, and Joe Harris is going to start at the 2. You could have some intriguing big lineups with like Simmons and KD could be like the 2 and 3, like KD the 2, Simmons the 3. KD can play any position pretty much. So you can have some really interesting small ball lineups, and you can have some really interesting like big lineups. I think that makes Brooklyn dangerous. They have a lot of lineup versatility, so if they go up against Milwaukee, being able to put Ben Simmons up against Giannis is going to be intriguing. Then you have KD as kind of a help defender, a secondary guy that can switch out onto Giannis. You could put KD on Middleton. Defensively, they're going to be able to match up with any type of lineup. And I think that makes Brooklyn, honestly, maybe a better team than if they just had Harden. Because Harden's the better player than Ben Simmons, but they have enough offensively with Kyrie and KD. Defensively, that's where Brooklyn struggled. Now that they get Ben Simmons, a great on-ball defender, but also somebody that has a lot of defensive versatility next to another guy in KD who has a lot of defensive versatility, that's going to give them some real serious defensive options that will complement what they're able to do offensively. So that's going to make Brooklyn a really intriguing team and maybe even slightly more dangerous.
Yeah, and then having Steph Curry is a very underrated player in this league. He's going to fit in. He's going to be like a better version of Patty Mills, and that's a guy you can really do a lot of things with. And so yeah, good pickup there. And then Drummond, for all the like flack he gets, Drummond's actually a pretty good fit as the center there too. At least in some, not necessarily a major role, but a 20-minute per game bench scorer, and I kind of like this for both teams, but the Sixers did get a crap ton. I don't understand why they're willing to do it now, but I think what happened was this was Morey's. Like, he was all in on Harden, right? So he had to give up whatever it took to get him and make sure he got him, because if he didn't and Harden ended up staying in Brooklyn or whatever, he would have just looked disgusting for how much he wasted both Embiid and Simmons. So, but yeah, for the Nets, kind of like this trade. A little bit of a weird fit, like you said, but Simmons will definitely improve their defense.
Yeah, we will grade this trade once Chris has the graphic for us to grade this trade. Chat, you'll be able to grade this trade with a chat poll. Shout Beavis, the Blazer $5 dono, says, I can't wait for the Legend squad to whoop up on KD and Ben the Diva Simmons. Thank you for that, Beavis. Thank you for the $5 dono. Chris says the trade grade is up. I'm down to just get straight into things. Do you want to read that Woj tweet with the protections on the Philadelphia picks while I get this trade grade ready?
Yes. The Nets will receive the Sixers 2022 first-round pick unprotected with a right to defer until 2023. Ooh, interesting. So if it's like the 27th pick, the Nets could just say, we're going to push it to an unprotected 2023, which might be interesting. Not sure if it's that much different next year because they'd still have Harden, you'd think. Man, imagine if Harden bounces the offseason from Philly.
Yeah.
That'd be so funny.
Yeah.
And then the 2027 first round pick is only protected 1 through 8. So that's 5 years from now. They get a pick that's only top 8 protected. And the pick rolls over to 1 through 8 in 2028 as well. And pick turns into 2 seconds if not conveyed by 2028.
All right. Let's grade the trade.
That's weird, though. It says the pick turns into 2 seconds and $2 million in 2029.
$2 million in 2029?
I wonder if that's just the cash that conveys in 2029, because...
Can you schedule cash considerations like that? I've never seen that.
I've never seen that before, but I guess you can. But also, they can't trade they can't put the 2029 seconds in protections right now, so I don't know what that means, but that's kind of weird.
All right, Eric, what grade do you give the Nets for this?
The Nets, they get in my mind, they get a B. Very good value for Harden here. I just don't like that they went all in on Harden and they're already, like a little over a year later, they're already having to get rid of him. So that's why I can't put it better for them. But in terms of him wanting out and them making a move, this is a lot better than if he left for nothing. So definitely good value. Pretty similar value, if not more, than they gave up for Harden. So, but they did give up Jared Allen and Karis LeVert and several useful picks and stuff like that. So I can't quite give them an A for this, but they did a really good job to maximize it given the situation.
Yep. So we'll talk about this new trade. The Celtics are trading Josh Richardson to the Spurs for Derek White. We'll talk about that in a second.
What?
Yeah, kind of a weird trade there. Paul Millsap should be on the right side of the graphic, not the left. The Sixers get Paul Millsap. The Nets get Ben Simmons, Seth Curry, Andre Drummond, and then the Philadelphia first. I give this a... Getting Seth Curry is a big deal. Getting 2 firsts out of this is a big deal. I feel like I thought the Nets weren't going to get this much, and if Harden was truly trying to leave and didn't want to be there, they had to trade him. So honestly, I also think they might be a slightly better team, not in terms of talent, but just in terms of being a more well-rounded team. So I gotta give Brooklyn an A- here for this trade. I already went into how they're more defensively versatile now, and getting this sort of value back for James Harden with Ben Simmons, 2 picks. They also get Seth Curry. They also get Andre Drummond. They could, Andre Drummond might start for them, or he's coming off the bench as their backup center most likely. That's better value than I thought they could get out of James Harden in a Ben Simmons trade, so therefore I have to give it an A. Chat is 63% or 61% A, 33% B, so that means chat also gives it an A-. So good grades for the Nets. All right, Eric, what do you give Philly for this deal?
I'm going to give Philly a B as well. They give up a ton, but they get the best player in the trade, and they're going for it this year, have a legit chance at a title now. So I give it a B as well, even though they significantly overpaid. I think both teams come out pretty good in this. I can't hear you, Tori, if you're talking.
I was muted. You're right. You caught that early. Dang. I don't think the cap space route for Ben Simmons was really that conceivable for Philadelphia. If they traded Ben Simmons into cap space, they would have still needed to clear an extra $20 million, which would have meant a Tobias Harris trade, which is just iffy given his terrible contract. So just being able to get James Harden now, somebody to help them the rest of the season, I think is a solid move for them. I think he kind of fits what they need as well. This is a win-win trade, in my opinion. I think they slightly overpaid, though, so therefore I'm right with you. I will also give this just a straight-up B for Philadelphia. That's the A-. Let me switch that to a B. I switched my first grade to a B. That was the mistake. All right, and then let's see what chat has for Brooklyn's grade. You got 20% A, 40% B, 30% C, 10% D. That grades out to a B- from chat. This is just eyeball estimate based on what you guys, what the percentages are in chat. So good grades all around for both teams in this deal. This is a trade that makes sense for both teams given the situation. Finally, we have finally the Ben Simmons saga comes to an end, Eric. This whole story is now complete. This was the final chapter. This was the climax. James Harden is a Sixer. Ben Simmons is a Net.
Yeah. Kind of puts to bed any Ben Simmons talk. But I'm hearing from multiple places in social media that the Nets are not done and are looking to still make some moves.
Yeah, I wonder what their follow-up move would be.
They did just pick up 2 firsts that they wouldn't have. I mean, I don't know if they could have traded a first before today. I forgot what their exact situation was. If they could have traded a 2028 first, maybe, I think. But now they have 2 firsts that they can make moves with. So this is going back to the situation from before with the Blazers, tying that in. This is the kind of situation where you wanted to wait for a team like this who all of a sudden gets first-round picks and is looking to win right now, and you have some win-now type players that you can maybe get a team like that to overpay for. This is the exact situation you wait for. So unfortunately, we kind of blew that chance, but yeah.
Yep. Hit that like button if you haven't already. It helps us out. We're going to bring on Romp here in a few minutes. He's filming a reaction. Romp is a Sixers fan, does YouTube as well. So we're going to get him into this call and get his reaction from the Sixers point of view. What were you going to say, Eric?
Well, while we wait for that, let's pivot to the Celtics Spurs trade real quick.
Yeah.
And then we'll go back to the Harden-Simmons trade when Romp comes on. So the Celtics are giving up Richardson, a first-round pick, and it looks like Romeo Langford for Derek White. So
we'll see. A first-round pick?
Yep, they're giving up a first-round pick as well. So the Spurs have gotten 2 first-round picks today so far.
The Spurs are fleecing right now.
I mean, Derek White's a really good player. He's going to fit in really well.
Yeah, but Josh Richardson was good this year. He was shooting the ball well, and he can play defense. So Derek White...
I've never liked Josh Richardson, so I guess I'm kind of biased. But
I mean, Derek White's shooting 43% from the field, 31% from 3. Plays solid defense. 5.5 assists per game, so like a playmaker that can play the 2 guard or the point guard position. The problem is he's just struggled to shoot. His shooting has declined the past 3 years. So the Boston needed a guy like that, so I understand the trade. I just feel like Josh Richardson has been really solid this year. That's almost a little bit of an overpay. Josh Richardson was shooting 40% from 3 this year, 44% from the field. Also solid defensively. They just didn't need him because he was a wing. Romeo Langford hasn't really panned out in the NBA so far, so it's really just Josh Richardson in the first for Derek White, and I don't really understand them giving up a first this year, Eric, with the position they're in. They're not going to make noise in the playoffs. They're not going to make it out of the first round. So what are they really trying to accomplish long term here?
Especially after that trade today. But, I mean, I guess they looked at they traded for Richardson, right? And then they gave him an extension. I think it was just 1 year, but I think they regretted that instantly. So yeah, I think they just see Derek White as a much better fit. He's a decent defender, like you said, but like has a little more versatility on offense. So yeah, it's I think it's a decent move. I don't think I would have given up a first, but we also heard rumors that the Celtics were trying to trade these exact two players for Malik Beasley. So I don't know if they know what they're doing really. So
They've been
yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, it's Brad Stevens, man. Brad Stevens has been.
God, that's why it's so frustrating. Like there's GMs out there, and unfortunately, we have one of them. I think that you can take advantage of, and yeah, it's just tough.
Yep. It's going to be interesting to see what the Blazers do for the rest of this deadline, to see kind of how they wrap things up. There's only an hour and 15 minutes until the deadline. A lot of trade deadlines, trades will come in and be broken like 10 minutes after the deadline hits. So, just because that clock hits 0 doesn't necessarily mean... What are you face palming at?
Well, the banner on the left is off, just to let you know.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to that.
So, according to Zach Lowe, the pick is this year's only top 4 protected.
For the Celtics?
The Celtics are sending their first only top 4 protected.
Yeah, that's an L. That's an L for sure. Don't really understand that at all.
Man, do you realize the Spurs might have just gotten a better first-round pick than we got for C.J. McCollum for Derek White? Potentially. If the Celtics didn't make the playoffs or something.
Yep. Oh, what happened to the banner? What's happening to the banner?
It makes our move so bad. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Yeah. I mean, Eric, at this point, the Blazers botched this deadline. Trades like this just kind of confirms what I already felt, so
okay.
I'm not really feeling any type of way.
All right. So, we know the free agent class sucks, right?
Yeah.
And we know we have to pay Ant, so it kind of makes things a little tricky. But just don't make it worse is all I'm asking right now. Don't make it worse, please. Don't, realize we have to get another second-round pick and lower the protections on our Chicago pick so we can trade a future first and include that and the Pelicans for a Jeremy Grant or whatever, right? Don't do anything that's a panic move or that'll get us to a point where we totally screw any chance we have. Yes, it's bad so far, but at least we have that cap space. We have some flexibility, things like that. Don't ruin that flexibility because you never know what players are going to become available. You never know, this situation with the Celtics, if they would have given us the first to take on a Jason Richardson's contract with one of our trade exceptions or something, we can get assets with those trade exceptions. Just if you're going to get a guy like Jeremy Grant, just do not do something where you're screwing with all those assets you have, because just getting Jeremy Grant for everything we gave up is not enough to change our future that much. So don't now sacrifice everything that you built just because of one trade that was unrealistic anyway to get a Ben Simmons by doing that. So yeah, I just, it can always get worse. Please don't make it worse, Cronin. Please, I'm begging you.
Yep. Sixers fans, if you want a Sixers channel, I just posted one in chat. That's our friend Romp. We'll see if he hops on here in a second to discuss this Harden-Simmons trade from the Sixers perspective. And if you want to follow him and want Sixers coverage, definitely go subscribe to his channel. We already graded the Nets trade. These are the grades that we gave the Nets trade. The A-, B, and A- for the Nets, B, and B- for the Sixers. So pretty good grades all around.
And yes, we're aware Millsap's on the wrong side.
Yeah, we are aware that Millsap is on the wrong side. We got a Krish churning out graphics as fast as it can, so we appreciate it, Krish. Yeah. Also, subscribe if you haven't subscribed to this channel so you don't miss future streams. Even if you're not a Blazer fan, we do big streams like this for the draft and for free agency and obviously for the trade deadline like we are doing today, so you don't want to miss those. Even if you're a fan of another team, definitely subscribe to us. We will have some like draft prospect videos, kind of stuff that might cater to you even if you're not a Blazer fan. So definitely hit that subscribe button. Leave a like. It does help us out. All that good stuff. Follow us on Twitter. Our Twitter handles are in our name tags right here with both of us. We got an hour and 10 minutes until the trade deadline. The biggest domino has fallen. It's really the only trade that has broken other than the Boston Celtics San Antonio Spurs trade. There's only been 2 trades in the past like hour and a half. So we've been a little starving for news, but obviously, you know, biggest domino to fall, a mega trade between the Brooklyn Nets and the Philadelphia 76ers.
I see a lot of like Greg and Zach both have made this same trade suggestion, and it's Nurk for Claxton in a first. The Nets can't do that. Claxton makes like under $2 million, so they have to include a lot closer to $12 million that Nurk makes for that trade to work. So, yeah, that's not going to happen that way. They'd have to include another contract. Not sure who we do. Maybe there's a third team that would take a Joe Harris or something. But yeah, Nurk for Claxton doesn't quite work because they have a trade exception, but it's not quite big enough. Although, I don't know how fast they can calculate a trade exception, but Curry, I think, might fit into their current trade exception. And then maybe they get a trade exception big enough, whatever Harden minus Simmons is, and then Millsap and Drummond cancel each other out in their minimums anyway. So what's the difference between it's 33 and what is Harden making?
44.
Yeah, it's 11 million. I don't think it's quite enough still. I don't think there's a way for them to get a $12 million exception. It's really close, but I don't think it works.
Well, Ben Simmons, Seth Curry, and Drummond. Drummond's like 1.7, so that's like approximately 43 million. Harden plus Nurkic is 56. So 43, I'll just do the math. I mean, the numbers aren't perfect, but 43 times 1.25 is only 53.7. So they'd have to include like a smaller contract to the Blazers. Maybe the Blazers do that. I don't see the Blazers doing that, though. I think if they're going to make a trade, it's going to be for Jeremy Grant. If not, I think they stand pat from here. And there's no other moves from Portland's side of things. Shout out to Mike Waller, $5 dono. He says, thanks for the coverage. Thank you for the dono, Mike. We appreciate it.
Thanks for watching.
Appreciate the support. All right. So,
and yeah, real quick, just thank you to everyone who's watching right now, and appreciate everyone's support, and hopefully we have some more fun over the next hour plus here.
Yep. Eric, I Discord messaged you Romp's email. If you want to get him into the call here, feel free to call him. And, I'll just put my webcam up so that doesn't glitch out. And then once we get Romp in here, we'll ask him about what he thinks of this trade for the Philadelphia 76ers.
Hopefully he's a little more prepared than Gabe.
Yeah, hopefully he listens to through the Skype call. That would be ideal. But he said he had to drop a reaction video. I just plugged his channel in the chat. The Nets don't really have the means to go out and get Miles Turner. I don't see how the Nets would go out and get Turner. Maybe
Joe Harris.
Joe Harris and then use the Philadelphia seconds. Or the Philadelphia first, I mean. The Philadelphia
Joe Harris
first.
and 2 first, yeah. I mean, that works.
That could be interesting. I mean, they could have a follow-up move with those picks. Miles Turner would make sense next to Ben Simmons, too, is a 3-and-D big that can stretch the floor. I would actually like that for them, for sure.
Yeah, so they could include Claxton back to the Pacers. That might be a good move for them, too. But, yeah, the report is that the Nets are looking to flip Claxton in the 2 first from the Sixers.
Yeah, we'll see what they can get for that. Claxton would be interesting. Yeah, the Nets can get Turner if they include Joe Harris, and they got Seth Curry to kind of replace the Joe Harris role. Seth Curry's a little shorter, of course, but otherwise kind of similar players. Romp not answering?
Nope, I've called him twice, no answer.
All right. Yep. Romp, open up your Skype, answer the call. We'd love to bring you on here. Guess he's not more prepared than Gabe, Eric.
Yep, it's third time unavailable, so.
Okay. Well, I'll see what happened on his end. Hold on, give me a second. Romp apparently doesn't know how Skype works. He said, I was checking my email. What? No, it's not an email. It's you have the Skype app on your computer, Romp. That's what you need. Just be logged in and you should get a call. You just hit answer. Simple. Man, dude, these kids, Eric, they don't know how Skype works. They're used to like Zoom where you send them a link and that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I mean, we'll see. I'll see if he's ready. I'll make sure. Rump was born 10 years after Skype stopped being popular, says Gabe. I mean, that's an excuse for Rump, Gabe. Boomer uprise, says Sven. Yeah, apparently. Anyway. I see a lot of... Why do I see so much Bradley Beal in the chat? Bradley Beal makes no... The Blazers cannot trade for Bradley Beal. Unless they trade Dame, which they're not going to trade Dame for Bradley Beal.
Yep. And also, we have our backcourt, Dame and Ant. We don't need to now... We got rid of anything that was in the way of that backcourt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, it makes no sense to trade for a star guard unless he's obviously someone who's going to change our championship window. And honestly, I don't think Beal would be much better than what we've been trying to do in the past. So we don't want to trade for another guard. We need an athletic forward. And until we get that, it won't matter who our backcourt combo is, whether that's Beal or CJ or Ant or Dame or whoever. It doesn't matter until we get better frontcourt players. And so to waste any assets we have or cap space we have on making our backcourt better makes no sense.
Yep. Gabe says, Romp slinging arrows at me, but now who's the boomer? Jeremy Grant time, I guess. Yeah, we'll see where Jeremy Grant goes. That's kind of... I expect a flurry at some point in the next hour in terms of trades. All right, we got Romp. Cool. All right. Yay. Awesome. So, Romp, you figured out Skype.
Oh, I'm confused. I'm lost.
What's up, Romp?
At least you're not on a delay. At least we can have a conversation. Yeah,
you're fine.
You sound fine. I mean, it's all good on our end.
I can hear you. You can hear us. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's not like Gabe who's like 10 seconds behind talking to himself.
Yeah. So I'm excited to be able to actually talk to our guests. That's a good thing. Anyway, so Romp, man. I mean, I'm just gonna dive straight in. As a Sixers fan, how are you feeling about what the Sixers pulled off, the value they gave up for Harden in this trade?
Can you tell me everything that's involved? Because I just kind of looked over it and I'm in shock right now.
Real quick, another part of this trade that just happened. James Harden accepted his option already for next year, so you're guaranteed not to lose him. That makes it better. So you have him for at least a year and a half.
Yep.
All right, that's cool.
So I'll just go to the trade grades that we gave. So Paul Millsap's on the wrong side. Don't worry about that. The Nets get Ben Simmons, Seth Curry, Andre Drummond, a 2022 Philadelphia first. That's unprotected Eric. And the Nets can decide to make that a 2023 first. So if they don't want... What, you good?
We have a Suns trade.
We have a Suns trade?
Oh, with the romp on here.
Gabe, get in here.
What's the Suns trade? They got Torrey Craig back, just like you predicted earlier.
I called it. Let's go.
Gabe's hyped in chat. Good for you, Gabe. Congratulations. Okay, well, I mean, we'll talk about that later. Maybe we'll get Gabe back on here since he actually, I think knows how this works. Anyway, but yeah, so you guys traded a 2022 unprotected first romp, but the Nets can say, we don't want this year's pick. We want next year's pick unprotected, so they get to defer that choice to 2023. And then they also get a 2027 first-round pick that I think... Is that also unprotected, Eric?
No, it was protected 1 through 8 for 2 years and then turns into second. So very light protection.
Yeah. So the Sixers gave up Simmons, Curry, Drummond, and 2 future firsts for Harden and Paul Millsap. How do you feel about that?
I think it's like we're giving up a lot. I'm not gonna lie, but at the same time, it's like, are you really gonna waste Joel Embiid's best season? And Halliburton's already off the table. And once I saw that, I was like, we got to get this done. We got to get Harden in Philadelphia. I know it's risky with him being older, him having a hamstring injury, him being a quitter. But it's like, we're not getting anything from Ben Simmons. I think it's worth the risk. I honestly do. And who knows? Maybe James Harden comes back motivated. You know, he really likes to strip clubs in Philadelphia. He gets skinny again. And, you know, Embiid and James Harden can do lethal things. Mm-hmm. So I think it's worth the risk. I'm
excited to see that pick and roll duo. That's really what I'm excited for, just to see how good, because that could be the best pick and roll duo in the league. Go ahead, Eric.
Harden made Clint Capella almost all-star level, so...
Yeah, imagine him with Embiid. That's going to be dangerous. So, offensively, I think you guys are a top 5 team in the league, with Maxey, too, because, I mean, Maxey and Harden, that's, you know, kind of a guy that's been around for a while and been phenomenal, and then a guy who's a young up-and-comer. I know you love Maxey, so it's going to be intriguing to see how Maxey and Harden play off each other, but then that pick and roll with Harden and Embiid. Do you feel like you guys maybe gave up too much, though, if Harden was kind of forcing his way out of Brooklyn? Or is this just a scenario where, like, you guys got Joel Embiid, you guys are trying to win now, this is the time to really make it happen, that first-round pick in the next year or two isn't really going to matter? How do you kind of feel about the value that you gave up in this trade?
I think we kind of had to. I'm glad we kept Matisse Thybulle for the defensive depth, and I'm not really mad about Seth Curry at all. Like, he's small, and he got burnt by Kevin Huerter all series long last year against the Hawks. He's horrible defensively. Like, I've never seen a worse defender. He's going to be good next to Kevin Durant, obviously, and Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons really made him look good. Ben Simmons in Brooklyn is like the perfect scenario for him, next to Kyrie and Kevin Durant and all that spacing. So I'm a little scared with that, but at the same time, it's Ben Simmons, and I don't know. I feel like he's just gonna.
You could just foul him.
Yeah, we could just foul him. I'm scared about that, but it's Ben Simmons at the end of the day, so he'll probably come up short. So I think we gave up a lot, but a lot of people were saying the Sixers have leverage because of what you were describing, but I don't think Brooklyn's going to be like, yeah, we'll just take a crap deal just so you can have Harden. I think they were really looking for the most value, and because we have the Tobias Harris contract, we couldn't just sign James Harden outright in the offseason. We'd have to do a sign-and trade, which would probably be, we would give up less value, obviously, but if you're trying to win this season, you got to just go and get Harden. And I feel like Ben Simmons hurts because he fits well with Brooklyn. Andre Drummond's like, eh. Seth Curry's like, eh. The 2 picks, I mean, with Joel Embiid and James Harden, do they really matter? Not really, in my opinion. So I like it. I don't know if I'll like it 5 years down the road, but right now I like it.
Yeah.
See,
You got to be excited to go for it, right?
Yeah.
you won't have the regret that a lot of Blazer fans have, where it's like, we should have taken a risk earlier, and now look at the mess we're in at this year's trade deadline, you know? So that's kind of where I'm at with things, is I wish we took this type of risk sooner. So even if you guys don't win a championship and maybe giving up that, that first down the line might hurt, overall, at least you guys took a risk. At least it's not a situation where like fans will have regrets, because the Blazer fans I know right now have a lot of regrets.
Yeah, I'm also really excited just for the atmosphere in Philly, because we're already second in sellouts, and now that we actually have another established star, even though he's not prime James Harden, like the atmosphere is going to be crazy in Philly. So just like feeling that energy, and once again, we haven't really felt that since Jimmy Butler's team, I would say. I mean, I'm excited for that too.
I'm also excited to see if the boos are as loud for Ben Simmons in Philadelphia as they were the first time LeBron returned to Cleveland.
I don't think he'll play in Philly, to be honest, unless we play him in a playoff series. Like,
I'm ready for that.
They're gonna have to get like extra security for that game.
Oh.
Like, they can't mess around with that stuff.
Yeah, because I mean, that was Cleveland. Philly's kind of a different type of city.
Yeah, it's we're pretty passionate. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
Man, I want that series so bad.
So,
But I just want to say, if we're gonna do this, I would love to put Maxey as the 6th man, and then just put like shooters next to Embiid and Harden, and then Maxey can run the bench unit, because I don't know, Maxey and James Harden, like, it could work, but I really just want to maximize this team.
you can also stagger them, because that's what the Blazers did with Dame and CJ for a while, is they just staggered them, where like CJ would come out first and CJ would sub back in with the bench unit and run the bench unit. So I feel like that's probably what Doc is going to elect to do. At least that would be the smart play, start them both, but then sub Maxey out early and sub him back in with the bench.
Yeah, I mean, it's Doc Rivers, though, so he probably won't do the smart thing. He'll probably, like, not play James Harden with the bench unit. He'll probably have Maxey, James Harden, Embiid, and Tobias Harris off the floor at the same time while they have their starters in.
I wouldn't be surprised. I'm ready for that rant. I'm ready for one of those tweets on Twitter about that very thing happening. Did you have something, Eric?
Well, I just wanted to say, going back to like the amount they gave up, my problem with giving up this much is you probably could have gotten James Harden last year for at least this, if not less, right? So you could have just been having this. You might have had a chance at a title last year in a wide open NBA with a lot of injuries and stuff. And then you also, would have been in better shape so far this year, most likely. So that's my only problem with this is, why did Morey wait till now to give up all this stuff when this was rumored to be less than what he was balking at giving Houston in that trade? He didn't want to give up Ben Simmons and a first or something like that, I think it was. So
I think Maxey was included last year, too. I don't know. He, like, loves Maxey. It's like his second James Harden.
But you probably could have given up the second first or something and then not included Maxey or something. I don't know. But, yeah.
That's true.
He also, I guess he didn't want to help the Rockets out, but you end up giving a lot more and wasting a year and a half,
Yeah, my last point is I'm really happy that we now have, like, championship expectations. So if we lose, Doc Rivers is definitely gone. That's probably the number one thing I'm happy about.
Hey, man, I just saw a thing that he was named like the top 15 coach of all time. So,
dude, he's just the one thing he's good at. I'll say the only thing is he does absolutely nothing.
Okay.
He does absolutely nothing. So Joel Embiid just like kind of, he can do whatever he wants because Doc doesn't run any plays, or I don't even know what we do on offense half the time. That is the one good thing about him.
Did you just say call us to the Kings, Eric?
Chris said that in chat.
And he just said, wait, I got ball sacked.
Oh man.
At least he caught himself soon. Like, he caught himself pretty quick, all right? He caught himself pretty quick. And he's also doing all the graphics, so, he's scramble brains. So, but yeah, we warned people at the start of the stream, Rom, not to get ball sacked. I
did not think I'd get ball sacked because Chris got ball sacked and then put it in chat. I thought, yeah.
You did.
Come on, Chris.
I got ball sacked a couple days ago thinking Paul George was coming back. That's not as bad, though. Go ahead.
Open up 3 windows on your phone and computer. You can have Shams and Woj, although you don't need it because we have it on the screen. And then like Chris Haynes or something. Don't look at anyone else's Twitter. Just like you shouldn't even be looking at the possibility of seeing a ball sack tweet.
Yeah.
Have you got fooled by ball sack yet, Ron?
No, I just kind of look at them and then just scroll past it.
Yeah.
I'm just confused at what
they were clowning Miles Turner the other day.
Yeah.
They're out of control, man.
Dude, Gabe wishes he was a part of this conversation. But anyway.
But yeah, going back to that trade real quick, I almost called it exactly earlier. Torrey Craig for Jalen Smith in a future second.
Yeah, you brought that up when Gabe was on.
That was awesome.
We'll probably get Gabe's reaction like after the deadline, after everything has kind of gone through, if Gabe has the time, because I know he wanted Torrey Craig back. That's an interesting trade for the Sixers. Happy for my guy Gabe. So I guess like one of my final questions to you, Romp, would be like, is there a sense of relief as a Sixers fan? Because I know this was a headache for you guys, and all the Morey says this and Morey thinks that, and Morey turned down this great package for Ben Simmons, and all the Morey, it was the Morey saga as much as it was the Ben Simmons saga. So how much of it is just kind of like a sense of relief that you can finally move on from this?
I mean, just having Ben Simmons off the team is just so nice, because honestly, like, this season hasn't even been about like the play on the court. Like, every question is, who are we going to trade for Ben Simmons? Like, you can't even focus on the games, especially when it's like a bad game. Like, we lost to the Suns, pretty much blew it because of Doc Rivers. But it's like, why am I watching if we don't really have a chance with an MVP caliber player like Joel Embiid? And then you see how Burden go, and like there's a small thing in the back of my head that I was like, oh man, if we don't get Harden, we're stuck. What do we do? And like this would have been the worst day of my life, to be honest.
Yeah.
If we didn't get Harden,
And you're sitting there for the next few months, like wondering why we have Ben Simmons on our roster.
And then it's just the same thing. There would probably be rumors, the Sixers would sign him in the offseason. Bradley Beal might be available, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm just happy it's over.
And that's the thing. If this lasted until the offseason, I mean, Morey would have already gone one like full year cycle. Who's to say he wouldn't go another half year to next year's trade deadline? I mean, he played the long game. He ended up I would say he ended up winning the long game, but they should have made this. He ended up winning the long game from like the standpoint of where he was at the start of last offseason. They should have traded for Simmons sooner and given up less and not wasted time with Ben Simmons. So, like, if you look at it from like a 2-year window, it's a little bit of an L that took this long. But if you just look at it from the standpoint of last offseason, being able to get a guy like James Harden is a pretty good return, kind of the shot creator you guys needed. Anyway, Eric, you got anything else for Rump?
No, thanks for joining us, Romp, and hope you enjoy Harden, and good luck to the Sixers.
Thank you. Good luck to the Trailblazers, and thank you for having me.
Yep.
I'm starving right now.
Go check out Romp's
channel. Wait, you got a basketball game later today?
Yeah, I haven't ate all day.
You're about to, dude. Romp's a true baller, man. Romp's a true baller. Plug your Twitter, by the way, before you go.
I just had 17 points against number one team in the region. It's career high.
Bro, you're about to have more tonight. You're about to have more tonight because you're feeling good.
I was shooting like Dennis Smith Jr. from 3.
Man, why you got
to all of a sudden, I caught fire. But thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. I'll plug your channel in the Twitter chat or in the group. I can't talk. In the YouTube chat one more time. Go subscribe to Romp if you want Sixers talk. Anyway, yeah, thank you for joining us, Romp.
Thank you.
Yeah, have a good one, Romp. Thank you,
man. Good luck in your game, man. All right, cool. That went well. So we'll see if there's anything else in terms of trades. You had the Pacers Torrey Craig trade go down. What are your thoughts on the Pacers Suns trade, Eric?
Uh, I I kind of like it. I mean, Jalen Smith was not going to be a Sun past this year. They made that clear when they decided not to pick up his third option and ruin his value. So to get a guy that they know from last year that they can depend on to play some spot minutes off the bench, I think they did a good job with that.
Yep. Skype randomly went blank for no reason. Anyway, now it's back. Cool. I don't know what happened there. That was weird. Yeah, defensive guy. I felt like they maybe needed a scorer off the bench, and they could still hypothetically trade like a future first with Sarge and maybe get something. But I mean, Torrey Craig's a guy that's been there, and I know Gabe is ecstatic right now because he was a huge Torrey Craig fan. Anyway, we'll get.
I mean, he didn't really do much like as they got deeper into the playoffs, but he's someone that really helped them with some minutes leading up to the playoffs and getting a high seed and all that kind of stuff. So I think it is a good pickup. They probably shouldn't have let him go in the offseason. And you have to go up Jalen Smith, but like I said, you weren't going to re-sign him anyway, most likely. So I think it's a pretty good move for both teams. And then the Pacers get another young player that they can maybe take a look at. I don't know what their cap situation is, but for the offseason now, but they, get someone that they can maybe try to re-sign if his value doesn't get too good. That's the problem. You don't want to make him too good because then you can't re-sign him. But maybe they can keep his value down low enough to re-sign him for that $4.6 million or whatever the max they can give him.
Yep. All right. I want something to happen. I'm waiting for something to happen at this point, man. We got 45, a little under 45 minutes until the trade deadline happens. Trades can still roll in after the trade deadline. Apparently Stephen A. I don't care about that notification. Apparently Stephen A. Smith hates this for the Sixers. I don't know why. Stephen A. Smith hates everything, though. So we're just going to sit here and chill. We'll get Gabe in here after the deadline is wrapped up and get his reaction to the Suns trade here. We'll be live up until an hour after the trade deadline. Go ahead.
Chris Brandlin says, according to Cleaning the Glass, there's a team option for the next 2 years on Smith. That is incorrect. Rookies on first-round rookie contracts, after the first year, you have to pick up the third year, and then after the second year, you have to pick up the fourth year. After the first year, the Suns declined that option, so he is a free agent. And not only that, since he was a first-round pick, whatever team has him can only offer him what he would have made next year under his rookie contract. So he can only make $4.5 to $4.6 million if he re-signs with the Pacers. So if any other team offers him more than that, he can leave, and there's nothing the Pacers can do about it. So they're basically just took a flyer on a second-round pick by getting a second-round pick and hoping that the value maybe stays low on him. For anyone asking when the trade deadline is over, right here above me is a countdown. We have 42 minutes left until the deadline.
Good finger point, Eric. Good job. That was very accurate.
Yep. But Chris, that's why you've tuned into the right place, because we got you on all this kind of stuff.
Yep. And this is, we're CBA nerds and pay attention to this kind of stuff. It makes it easier to break down trades. Yeah.
Good thing you found us a few weeks ago, Chris. We appreciate you.
For sure.
Lakers. Okay. You're in timeout. Jimwell?
Please do not spam chat. I know it's a lull right now. We're just kind of chilling and waiting. But that doesn't mean it's time to spam chat. Is the timer offset by 4 seconds? By the stream and then with you guys.
But it doesn't matter because I mean, it's just the deadline for when trades have to be submitted, so we usually get some stuff after the deadline anyway.
Cole Ray, get out of here with that, man. Like, we should. You're lucky you're only getting a 5-minute ban. Get out of here with that, bro. Do not post fake trades. We do not play that. I'm sure we didn't say it enough, but do not post fake trades.
Yeah. We got a couple donations to get caught up on.
Yeah. Hyper Prime $5 dono says, "Y'all are goats." It's all in all caps. I'm not gonna yell it though. Y'all are GOAT streamers and hardcore blazers. You are all much needed for the community. Thank you for doing trades like this one and putting in the effort. Thank you, Hyper Prime, for the $5 dono. I'm glad you enjoy what we do. Thank you for the support, man. It means a lot. And then thank you, Chris Brandlin, for a $5 dono. Says, great stream. Thanks. We appreciate the support, man. We're glad you're enjoying it. Thank you for the donos, Hyper Prime and Chris Brandlin.
And Hyper Prime recently watched our 3-on-3
I saw tweets about that
from a couple years ago and had a little bit of a breakdown on us on Twitter. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see the breakdown. I need to go and read
I don't know
Twitter.
if he like really a breakdown, but he was commenting in chat on last night's stream, and then yeah.
I'm looking forward to reading the scouting report of us.
He called me like a Jokic light. I'll take it.
Jokic light? Yeah, Eric is a Jokic light. I'm a Michael Carter Williams light. Unfortunately, no, just kidding. I don't know. I'll be Luka light. You can be Jokic light. I'll be Luka light.
All right.
I'm down with that. Rob Pelinka and Joe Cronin both asleep. Yeah. If anybody wants to know the fake trade, it was in all caps. Dame is getting traded. It was disappointing, Eric, because it was by a channel member. So it was by like somebody that, we rock with. His channel member supports us. Cole's cool. Cole's our guy. And Cole had to go and do that, man.
I thought he was the GOAT Cole, but now I'm starting to question that.
Yeah,
Cole.
Now it's questionable. I mean, he can always redeem himself. He can always bounce back. Every great player has tough shooting nights. So Cole still has a chance to bounce back with that one.
Franco says Luka passes, bro.
Dude, Franco, I don't even want to hear it, man. I threw you a dime, and you weren't even looking for the ball. I'm not going to pass the ball to people that aren't ready for the ball, and you were never ready for the ball, my guy. So I throw dimes. And, if I didn't pass you the ball, maybe that's because I didn't want you to have it. Boom. Shout out to Cole. A different Cole. $2 dono says, I'm the GOAT Cole. We're going to have another Cole battle. Thank you to Cole.
Honestly, right now, I can't argue with that. Good job, Cole. Cole Rea, man. Dang.
I mean, you can redeem yourself, Cole. I'm down to have a dono battle between the Coles. I mean, they're, no problem with that. Anyway, Tori, are you good at basketball? Slightly. I played in college for a year, community college. So nothing too special, but still, takes some level of skill to get there.
T.O., you're going to get put in a timeout, man, for asking that question. Pay attention and look right above me. There is a plug. I know, but it's stupid if he's trolling, and he's not paying attention if he's not, so.
Montrezl Harrell to Charlotte.
So there's their center.
It was Montrezl.
They go after Harrell instead of Portal or Nurk or whatever.
Did you say? The way you say Pirtle is so funny because it changes every time.
Yeah.
Pearl. I mean, we'll see what they give up. If it's Kai Jones, then that's a dub for Washington because I really like Kai Jones.
If they get PJ Washington, that's a good move too.
Yeah, PJ Washington, Kai Jones.
They have a million power forwards. Give us Rui if you get PJ, please.
That's like our final trade is like 2 seconds for Rui. That would kind of like save the deadline a bit for us.
Even if Rui doesn't pan out, it's still the thought process of getting a young forward that still is on their rookie deal for another year that you can have as potentially someone who could break out and pop. But as of right now, we don't have that piece. So we're relying on draft picks to get lucky with those and free agency where I think that's the missing thing right now is for the rest of the season having a guy like Rui who you can just plug in and give him lots of developmental minutes and learn under the tutelage of Chauncey Billups and maybe have some hope that he could be one of the answers at one of our forward positions moving into next year.
Oh my goodness, Charlotte fleeced Eric.
Vernon Carey and Ish Smith.
That's it? Is there not a... I mean, I assume maybe there's a pick coming, but if that's it, Charlotte actually fleeced.
I mean, Vernon Carey's okay, but yeah, that's a horrible move.
Yeah.
Sorry, Tommy.
I mean, Washington isn't a good front office. This is the type of trade I feel like we would have made for Nurkic. Like, that's how little faith I have in our front office.
Oh man, yeah, I'm glad we didn't make a trade like that. But yeah, I mean, getting an energy big for basically nothing. As long as there's not a pick in there too, but
Yeah. Yeah, that makes no sense. I don't understand that. From Washington's standpoint, we will grade the trade once we have the graphic for it. While we wait for other trades, Eric, you want to grade the LeVert trade? We never did that.
sure. Cole Ray says he had someone on Twitter report a trade from the Celtics featuring Dame for Brown Smart. Thought it was legit. That's my bad.
Well.
Don't trust anyone today other than Woj, Shams, and Chris Haynes. If it's not one of those three, you have to go to one of those three. Until one of those three tweets it, it's not. I would not verify any trade like that.
The Wizards are trading Aaron Holiday to Phoenix for some reason. Yeah.
Is that part of this deal?
I don't know. We'll get the details, but first let's grade the LeVert trade. LeVert to Cleveland. We never got around to this. What grade do you give the Cavs, Eric? I'll post a poll in chat so you guys can grade it as well.
Even though I'm not the highest LeVert fan, I give it a B because they basically only sacrificed this draft and an expiring contract to get him. So I kind of like that they saw a window this year and went for it. Unfortunately for them, both teams probably ahead of them or around where they're at got better in the Nets and 76ers today. And so that kind of maybe closes the door on a team like the Cavaliers being a sneaky dark horse for contending this year. But I do like the move to go for it and to give up, a mid to late first and a couple seconds for a player who you think could be useful.
So what'd you grade it?
A B.
A B. Okay. I'm going to give it a... I'm hovering between B- and C+. I'll give it a B-. I just think LeVert's overrated. He's inefficient, gets hurt a lot, doesn't play good defense, but he can pass, playmaking. He can get hot where he scores the ball effectively. And so I guess that's kind of the type of player that Cleveland needed. I just feel like maybe they gave up a little bit too much in this trade. I mean, it's their own first, and then it's a very early second from Houston. The second they get from Miami kind of offsets the second that they traded to Indiana, which was Utah's. I don't really know why they swapped those second-round picks. Doesn't really make sense to me. So it is a slight overpay in my opinion. I think I'm not as high on Karis LeVert as other people are. So that's why I give it a B-. Chat. It looks like Chat is going to give this... Based on the percentages, it looks like it's a B+ from Chat for this Karis LeVert trade. All right, now, Eric, go ahead and give your thoughts and your grade for Indiana.
I also gave Indiana a B. I think, Karis LeVert obviously wasn't going to be in kind of a semi-retooling / rebuild the most important thing there. So to get an expiring contract and a first-round pick and a high second, I think that's a solid trade. So I give it a B for them as well.
All right, Eric is going with a B.
Cole Ray with a $2 donation. He says, by the way, I'm the OG Goat Cole. Other Cole is a troll.
All right, we got the official War of Coles going on in the donations. So thank you, Cole Ray, for the donation. Where's the third Cole? We got like 4 Coles that hover around.
Is that the free agency stream when they had the battle?
No, that was like on a post-game show this year. That was like only a couple months ago.
I thought it was like if Norm didn't resign or something, they were going to jump
maybe it
off
was
the
a free
bridges
agency
together.
stream. I don't know. My memory isn't good, man.
Yeah.
I give this trade an A- for Indiana because honestly, I don't think they could have realistically gotten better value back for Karis LeVert in this trade. They didn't have to take on any salary. They got a first-round pick, which could be around like 20-ish, and then they got a second-round pick, which is going to be between 31 and 33 most likely. So they pretty much maximized value for LeVert. Obviously, they could have, maybe fleeced even more. So, I'm not going to give it an A+ or anything, but I think this is about as much as they could have expected back for Karis LeVert trade. Chat right now is looking at just a straight up B. So they agree with you, Eric. They also give this trade a B. I'm a little higher on it for Indiana. All right. Those are the trade grades for the Cleveland Cavaliers, Indiana Pacers, Karis LeVert, Ricky Rubio trade. Nothing else has broken in terms of trades.
Still waiting on more of the details of what Phoenix is sending back to the Wizards, and it doesn't look like there was any picks in that Charlotte-Washington trade. What an L for Washington, man.
A huge L for Washington. Major L. Unfortunate for them, man.
I mean, it's not like Harrell's like the best player ever. He is a free agent as well, but yeah, you would think they could have gotten a little more for that.
Yep.
At least some second-round picks or something.
Yep, agreed.
Oh, they got a second-rounder, a second to Washington. Oh.
Which second-round pick is it?
I don't know.
All right, we'll grade the Derek White trade next. In a second, though. It'll be a second.
Jeannot just woke up, wants to know what happens. The big news is Harden for Simmons and a bunch of other stuff is the major domino, and then there's been a lot of other small trades. Nothing earth-shattering, but Thad Young's on the Raptors, I guess. The Spurs have gotten a couple first-round picks for Thad and Derek White. Nothing's happened with Portland today. Williamsburg Gamers Guild says, hoping the Blazers pass on Grant and let Little Brown Watford develop, focus on getting a power forward center in the draft or free agency or both. I would agree on that.
Yeah, I was muted. So let's grade this trade, Eric. We got Derek White to the Celtics, Josh Richardson, Romeo Langford, and future Boston First to the Spurs. What grade do you give the Celtics in this deal?
I give them a C-. I like Derek White a lot. He's one of the better perimeter defenders in this league. I think he might even be a better defender than Josh Richardson. And he's got a little bit more playmaking and overall game more than Josh Richardson as well, even though Richardson is shooting the ball well. I don't trust his shooting long term. And then what Smog saying they got a 2028 swap as well. I don't know what that is. But you're muted still, Tori.
No, I'm not. What are you talking
about? Yeah, so for the Celtics, I like getting Derek White. I think he's a good fit for them. I just don't like that they barely protected the first. It should have been at least lottery protected, and then I would have been fine with this trade. But they get rid of a little dead weight in Romeo Langford, and Josh Richardson's contract is barely comparable to Derek White. So I don't think that's too bad. To give up a first in this trade, I just don't like that they protected it so little.
Yep, I'm going to give him a D just because there seems to be a clear lack of a long-term vision for Boston. I don't really know what they're trying to do and what their path is to contention. I also don't necessarily think that Derek White is better than Josh Richardson, given how Josh Richardson has shot the ball this year. I mean, he could kind of regress to the mean. What?
Can someone... Hey, Smog, can you send me a DM with a link to that 2028 swap thing? So apparently the Spurs can swap in 2028?
I mean, if that's the case, then this is a D-.
I'm changing mine to a D if they got a pick swap in 2028 as well.
Especially if it's unprotected pick swap. Anyway, I'll just leave it as a D. I mean...
Yeah,
that's fine. Chat. I'm gonna wait a second for your percentages. No other trades have broken. I will keep you updated, and we'll just switch off these trade grades if something happens. So 38% C and 30% B. So this is a C plus for chat for this trade. Cool. All right. So nope, that was the wrong one.
Yeah. David Lettenmeyer says he disagrees with takes on White when we had opposite takes on him, so disagree with both of our takes?
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, for the Spurs, I'll grade this first. I'm going to give this an A-. Just like I gave the Karis LeVert trade, simply because I think they maximized value. Honestly, I think they got even better value back for Derek White, and I don't think Derek White's better than LeVert. So actually, I'm gonna give it an A, just a straight up A for the Spurs. A phenomenal trade for them, especially if they get that pick swap, getting that 2022 Boston first, which could be like the 12th pick in this draft for Derek White, as well as a serviceable player in Josh Richardson, is just an absolute home run for the Spurs. A great move for them. Eric, what do you give this trade?
I give it a B plus. An A minus if it's we got a Shams bomb. Spencer Dinwiddie to the Mavs. That's crazy. You're muted, Tori.
Yeah, I was. We'll look at those details in a second. Go ahead and continue talking about this trade.
I really like what the Spurs are doing, getting multiple firsts, and protections on them are light, so I really like this, and then getting a future swap is always a good thing. I really like this for it's for Kristaps. Holy crap!
What? All right. Well, chat, here's your chat poll for that. But Kristaps, hello. What? There's no.
What the heck?
Dallas is sending Kristaps Porzingis to the Wizards. Why? Why is Dallas doing this?
They better be getting something really good other than Spencer Dinwiddie. Because they have Brunson, right? They have Luka. I know Tim Hardaway's hurt, but they have guards and wings. They needed front court help. That's kind of like us, They needed some more good forwards. I don't understand why you would trade your best front court player for. I mean, I know Porzingis is kind of.
I think it's Dinwiddie Kuzma.
Dinwiddie and Kuzma.
So the Wizards took an L on their first trade, and I think they took a dub here. We'll see. Anyway,
I mean, unless you keep Beal, Kristaps doesn't really make a lot of sense. But I think if that's all you,
I mean, there's going to be more details about this probably within the coming minutes, so I'm just going to give Chat's grade for this trade. Eric, it looks like it's an A- for Chat for the Spurs end of this trade. There you guys go. That is the trade grades for the Celtics, Spurs, Derek White, Josh Richardson trade. All right, back to the main scene. What? You just made a noise.
I'm just going to say this right now. If they took on Bertans too, Dallas just screwed their entire franchise. There's no way, man.
Did they really take on freaking Bertans?
Bertans and Dinwiddie?
There's no way. Where are you guys seeing Bertans?
Are they getting like 3 first?
I mean, the Mavs don't have their 2023 first. I mean, oh no, it'd be from Washington. I'm tripping. I mean, I just don't understand. They were winning games.
It's Tim McMahon saying it. I don't know.
Every time Eric reacts like that, I get flashbacks to the Derrick Jones Jr. MLE moment. Who is Bertans? A guy who's being paid $60 million a year over the next 3 years. Who absolutely sucks. He's a horrible contract.
I mean, he was okay before the contract, but he's been...
Still wasn't worth it. Now he's really not worth it. Maybe the Mavericks are also getting Rui. I mean, I'm trying to figure out how this could make sense for Dallas, but yeah, Dallas is a no.
Thank you, Greg, for sending me that. So, according to Tim McMahon, who's like a Dallas, I think he's with ESPN, but he's focused on like a Dallas thing. Mavs are trading Kristaps Porzingis to the Wizards for Spencer Dinwiddie and Davis Bertans.
Mavericks also send a second-round pick to the Wizards.
Did they get a first or anything?
I mean, I'm not seeing a first.
Oh my goodness.
So the Wizards just pulled off a horrible trade with Montrezl Harrell for Ish Smith and whatever.
Was just confirmed.
And then they absolutely fleece.
Some people are saying... Oh no, I think that just means the Raptors wanted him. Sorry.
Yeah, well, so they traded in both the moves. They traded Harrell, they traded Bertans, and they traded Dinwiddie for Kristaps Porzingis, Ish Smith, and
Vernon
Carey. I mean, that's a dub. Even with how bad that first trade was, this trade is maybe the best deal of the day.
Holy moly!
I mean, Beal might be happy. I guess I don't. There's your second star.
So the Mavericks have a new GM too, right?
Yeah.
They cleaned house completely last year.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot who it was, but wow.
They were winning games too. They were playing really, really well, and they had some health issues. They were still doing well in the West, so I don't understand why they wanted freaking Dinwiddie. Dinwiddie, I don't really like.
Dinwiddie is another one of those guys who is really good on a team where he's like the main ball handler with shooters, but that's not good enough to like be a playoff team or like a contending team, obviously. But on this team, you'd have to take the ball out of Luka's hands or Brunson's hands. Maybe they're moving Brunson. I don't know. But, like, Brunson's better than Dinwiddie. And obviously Luka's better than Dinwiddie. So this, to me, is just as bad as the Lakers trading for it's just as bad as the Lakers trading for Westbrook. It makes no sense fit-wise with the pieces they have. I understand it looks like they wanted to ditch Porzingis' contract, but once again, you're not getting any value for it. So if this is the best you can get, I don't think that's worth dumping. But man, I hate Dinwiddie's fit with Dallas. I think that's about as bad of a fit as you can get.
Yeah, that's real bad. That's real bad. And just like that, there's only 17 minutes until the trade deadline, Eric. Feel like we just skipped
this
like
is going
15
by,
minutes.
Yeah. Or like 2 hours.
Yeah. Wow.
Dallas is targeting the Jokic when his contract expires. I mean, see, that's a dumb plan. I mean, you worry about that closer to when that happens. You can't be. You have a generational player right now in Luka. You don't make moves like this to worry about 2 years in the future. You go for it now. Like, this is the mistake that Tori was talking about with Dame earlier. Like, they're gonna get stuck in this thing where they just have a bunch of guards and don't have the front court help that they need to contend, and they're never gonna get out of the first or second round, like doing that kind of game. So it's just really, really stupid. And please go get Rui Hachimura, Cronin. Like, please, you have 15 minutes. Just, we need a young forward like that. Come on, man.
Yeah. Yep. I would love Rui, man. I want
There's
something.
no Laker news. Sorry, man. Rob Pelinka, wake up. No, I don't know. I think he's... Yeah.
I don't think it matters if he's awake or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Rui would make me feel a lot better about this trade deadline if it's like 2 seconds for Rui. I mean, if it's a New Orleans pick for Rui, I don't know how to go about that.
Mike Waller says, doesn't that same logic justify Halliburton for Domas? Yeah, but I mean, I use that logic. I said I like the thinking behind using your guard depth to get a front court player as skilled as Sabonis. I just don't like that they chose Halliburton as the player to move instead of Fox. But I like that idea. They needed to consolidate their guards into a forward, and Dallas still needed front court help even before this trade, and now they have no front court and more guards. That makes no sense. Are you talking, or are you?
No, I'm just reading.
Okay.
The Dinwiddie addition gives Dallas an insurance policy in case the free agency of Jalen Brunson gets a little pricey.
You got to trade him.
Brunson. The hell?
Yeah, trade him. I know the Knicks would give up a ton for him.
Yeah, Dallas is an L. Dallas is a freaking L. Oh my goodness. That was honestly maybe just as bad as the Blazers Clippers trade.
The Cronin was like I'm going to be the crappiest GM this offseason, this trade deadline, and Dallas's GM was like, hold my beer.
Yeah. Yikes. That's bad. Wow.
Yeah, I take Abdia too. I mean, he's a good defender. He still has some skills and potential offensively. I prefer Rui, but I would take either one of them at this point.
We got
They
13 minutes.
took on Bertans, dude. They took on one of the worst contracts in the NBA on top of it. That doesn't make any sense, dude.
Bro, honestly, like, if they took on Bertans and got Dinwiddie, like, for free, it would be like, okay, that's an okay trade.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Bertans is that bad of a contract that, like, what you would give up for Dinwiddie, you should get back by taking on Bertans. Like, they should cancel each other out.
Oh, man. Yeah. I apologize to Blazer fans if Cronin now says hold my beer and outdoes the Mavericks.
How would he even do that?
I don't know. by trading Nurk for Ish Smith.
Shout out Liam Best to Australian Dollar Dono. He says La GM is stuck in his recovery chamber. Thank you, Liam, for the dono.
Yeah, obviously. If you traded Dame or Ant, I guess, for like Spencer Dinwiddie.
Yeah. Shout out to
Sorry.
Oscar $2 dono says maybe Kyrie and Ben don't mix and he wants out. Kyrie or Ben? I'm not sure. I don't think they're getting.
The rumor was today that they were much like Harden opting in. I mean, Kyrie can't opt into his contract right now, but he can assure them that he's not going anywhere.
Ooh.
Whatever. Not that that word means anything, but
Yeah. I wonder if Washington wants Keon Johnson. They got all these power forwards. What about Keon Johnson? You need a guard, right?
Yeah. I mean, if you could flip Keon for Rui or Adia or something, I would take that all day.
Then I'd be happier with the first trade.
Yeah. Bledsoe for Dorian Finney-Smith and Cleveland because Mavs doing dumb stuff. Yeah, man. They need another guard, right?
I mean, I wish. Dude, I'm starting to get nervous about the Blazers not doing anything.
I mean, we were the most active team up until today.
And we didn't wait till today for no reason.
I will be right back.
All right.
I'm hoping this makes something happen like the free agency thing when we signed Norm when I went to the bathroom. Yeah.
I mean, give it a shot. Give it a shot. Can't hurt to try. All right. It's my webcam only. Why is my webcam like? Why is the? I need to fix the ratio of this. Wow, that's really big. Okay, let me hide that for a second. Yeah, I don't know. My camera's being weird. Anyway. Let me fix this. Don't worry about this. Honestly, it wasn't even worth it to fix it, but... Alright, that's slightly better. That's slightly better. Forehead, yeah. Craig, go look at my forehead, man. Tory playing hide and seek, yeah, I don't know, man. I need to upgrade the trade number of trades. Nothing new. Still waiting. I think it's like, what, 12 trades now? Maybe 13. I think it's 13. I don't know. I needed to put something in the spot of the number of trades, so that's what y'all get. All right. So still nothing in the past 10 minutes. Nothing across the league. There are... All right, Eric, are you back?
Yep. I'm here.
All right, cool. Let me change this back to default, and then boom. Okay, cool. Nothing happened. It didn't work, Eric. It was a fluke.
It's just delayed.
People are screaming at Joe to wake up. Porzingis and Beal combo is interesting next year, I guess. They kind of need another player, though. Another star. Mac Mall says, you'll have to check out Rom's YouTube video today. It's epic, and you might want to buy your boy some knee pads. He's going to need them. LMAO. Yeah, go follow Rom. Yeah. His channel link is in the description.
And then just so everyone's clear, the trades don't have to be announced by 12 o'clock. They just have to be called into the league office by 12 o'clock. So there's usually some trades that trickle out a few minutes after the deadline, or you don't hear about them for a little bit. So we'll, of course, stay on to make sure there's nothing else for today.
Jalen Smith is unlikely to remain in Indiana, sources told Jake Fisher. Pacers are receiving significant interest in the young forward. Denver Nuggets are one of the teams in the mix for Smith, sources said. Shout out to the GC for helping me find that. GC, I'm relying on you guys for rumors from other sources.
Would we like Smith? No, we would not, because of the things we outlined earlier. He'd be near impossible to re-sign unless he sucks enough to not get a big contract. So in that case, we probably wouldn't want to re-sign him with our.
But then why are the Pacers receiving significant interest? That's the part I'm confused about.
I don't know. Maybe some team thinks they can help him this year, and they don't want future commitments or whatever. Because we're not really caring about this year, right? So it doesn't make sense for us. But yeah,
we'll just trade for him.
Sticks got traded to Indiana along with the second for why am I blanking out? Torrey Craig is back on the Suns.
Yep. Any Jeopardy theme music should have queued that up for this stream.
If you want Jalen Smith, it's more likely that we get him in free agency because we can offer more than whatever team he ends up on. So that's probably the most likely route to get him for any team that wants him. I don't know why, like you said, many teams would want him unless they think he could help them win a title this year, or maybe they're just trying to dump a contract for him or something. I don't know. Gabe did love that. Yeah, he was stoked to have his Torrey Craig back,
even though he gave up his guy Sticks.
Mm-hmm. Are the Pelicans going to make another move? Pelicans, Nola in chat.
I wouldn't count on it at this point, but you never know.
Liam Best with the Australian $2 donation. Thank you. They say getting Rui would make my day.
Yep, I agree. Would make mine too. As a Gonzaga fan, especially. So after the trade deadline is after all the deals are done coming out, we'll grade the rest of the deals. We'll talk to Gabe for a little bit, try and actually have a conversation with him about the Suns trades. Still don't know what they gave up for Aaron Holiday, but they traded Sticks and a second for Torrey Craig. And then that'll wrap up the stream. Nice ringtone, Eric. That better be a source telling us to break a Rui trade. It's Joe Cronin calling. Why'd Joe Cronin be calling Eric? Yeah, there's 3 minutes left. And nothing.
He was calling to say he was sleeping, but he just woke up and he thought about doing something dumb, but we're not going to do anything.
Cool. Nothing else? Hello? Whoa, Shams, wake up. There's 3 minutes until the trade deadline. Let's go.
I cannot believe that Dallas took Davis Bertans back.
Yeah.
The only thing I can think of is it was maybe there's something that's going to come up in his physical that Washington was willing to, because teams ask for medical records ahead of time in trades sometimes, so they can look those over. Maybe there was something in there that they knew that another team would probably not like, and that Washington was the only team to do that, and they were worried about his health long-term moving forward. That's the only thing I can think of, and even then, I don't know why you would not just trade him for expirings then or something.
Agreed.
But that's, yeah. I mean, our trades especially our first one with the Clippers was awful, but Yeah, that trade could prevent Luka from ever having the talent, at least in the next 4 years or so, to being good.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we're trading Bledsoe, guys. I don't think that first deal was to set up anything. Yeah.
Oh, no. Tori,
What?
they're just going to pretend like it was setting up something in the off season, not now.
Yeah. Eric, I'm gonna have for the next 10 minutes. No more. Oh no, because I made that. I thought we made a bad trade.
Yeah.
Any like or any no. I'm like what happened? I'm on I'm on edge right now.
I don't know if people are just speculating on a Bledsoe buyout. We'll talk about that. I do want to talk about that after this deadline's over. Once we know for sure we're keeping him.
Yeah.
Or waiving him or whatever. But
30 seconds left.
Shaggy Squid, what did I tell you about not trusting anyone named Shams, Woj, Haynes? If it didn't come from them, please do not post them in chat, man. I don't want to hear you say sorry later. You know better.
Celtics get Daniel Tice back. 4, 3, 2, 1. Zeros on the clock. It now restarted the countdown. So, yeah. Zeros on the clock. 12 p.m. There's still trades that can get filtered through. All right? There could be trades announced after 12 p.m. That happens almost every trade deadline. So, still could get some trades in here. We'll see. They just have to, what's the rule? They just have to be like at least on hold with the league.
Yeah, in the queue for calls by noon.
Yep.
Oh, but yeah. Yep.
So I mean, they could agree 30 seconds before trade deadline and say, okay, call in the league in the queue. Right? It's not going to get reported by then, so that's why trades might get released after. So Schroeder is being traded. So they replaced Schroeder with Derek White so they could trade Schroeder for Daniel Tice for, yeah, I don't understand what the Celtics are doing, but
if that's all it is Schroeder for Tice, it's basically Houston admitting that they shouldn't have signed Tice because I think they signed him to a 3-year deal, if I'm not mistaken, for around $8 million or so a year. So that was a signing that made no sense to begin with, and now they get out of his contract, I guess, and Schroeder once again will be a free agent and has no value in a trade. So that's crazy how much. Imagine the Lakers right now if they had Schroeder on like 4 years, $84 million or something he turned down.
yeah. Man, where's Joe Cronin's master plan? Cap space for Ben Simmons, I thought was his master plan. But Ben Simmons is no longer an option.
That's
so
why you don't make a plan dependent on one player being available in free agency when that player is now not even going to be available.
Yep.
Our trade exceptions are good for a year or until we have to renounce them for something else. So as long as we keep them, they're good for 1 year. So basically until the trade deadline next year.
Correct.
Man, the Knicks didn't really do anything. The Lakers didn't do anything. Nuggets didn't do anything. The Bucks got Ibaka.
Rockets apparently got Neesmith. I think is what I'm saying. Jeremy Grant stays in Detroit. Houston gets, I don't know. I saw multiple people say Neesmith, but I don't see anything on Neesmith.
Houston gets Ennis Freedom and Bruno Fernando.
Oh, that broke the cycle.
No, he's going to get bought out and signed with us.
Oh, you're right.
To come full circle. Jeremy Grant remains with Detroit. Grant and the Pistons have comfortability with each other moving forward. So, yeah, I mean, the Pistons probably wanted to get something for him, but Grant does not want to be traded. So he's probably happy that he gets to stay there at least for the rest of the year and put up numbers, I guess, on a crap team. And now he's got Bagley.
So I don't know what Portland's master plan is, but yeah.
Sword and shotgun, we're not trading for Durant in the offseason. I mean, that's just...
Yeah, that's not happening. All right, well, I mean, the longer this goes, I mean, I don't... Trades, I've seen trades come through 7-8 minutes after, but...
I think there usually is... They can be as late as like 20 minutes after, but... Usually some sort of reporting on it comes out beforehand, or... Don't, like, one of the two at least says, one of the two says, like, that's it or something, so. The Lakers was reporting no deal for the Lakers. They're focused on the buyout market. Man, what a horrible last, 15 hours for the Los Angeles Lakers.
Yeah.
Lose to Portland last night, and then you don't even make a deal. Mac Mall, did you not have fun?
Sorry, Mac Mall.
At least one team, at least one potential team that could have became contenders with us if we get on the right path eventually messed up their future today too. So the Mavericks completely screwed up and lost today. They took the hugest L of this trade period. That might have been one of the worst trades I've seen in a long time. And that's saying something because I thought our trade was bad.
Yeah. That trade's horrible.
SC2B says, I can't decide how I feel about the Blazers not making a move today. Probably okay. I mean, yeah, at least we didn't mess it up further. Yeah. Terrence Ross's tweets. He usually has some good stuff. Why is he still on the Magic?
I don't know, dude. I don't understand the Magic at all.
He just tweeted, Game of Zones, we need you. I don't know. I mean, I know what Game of Zones is, but...
So they're just going to tweet out, no deals for the big market teams, no deals for the Knicks, no deals for the Lakers. Like, tweet out a deal then. Well, no, there's no deals if you don't tweet out a deal for that team. Like,
shout out to Elliot with the United Arab Emirates Durham donation of 25, whatever that is. Why make any trades when we have Blevins unlocked?
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Truer words have never been spoken. We are now the Portland Trail Legends, and we are set for life because we have, thank goodness, Blevins is Dame's cousin, and we're set, man. We did it.
Absolutely. Apparently, Joel Embiid issued a parting shot to Ben Simmons on Twitter. Oh, Joel Embiid is Joel Embiid's such a troll. Joel Embiid's a troll too. Him and Terrence Ross, man. I don't think there's anything else, Eric. We're 9 minutes into this? I think this is probably it.
Yep. All right, so let's talk about real quick what this means for the Blazers not making a move today.
We're being rained by a moron.
One is, either they got tricked by someone, or they really like having a guard in Keon Johnson. Man, your mic is really staticky.
Is it?
I don't know if that's coming through on YouTube or just Skype, but yeah. So we picked up another guard who's injured right now. Hopefully, he'll be back in a couple weeks. And that's they must really like, but makes no sense in terms of trying to create cap space or value or positional need for us. And he's smaller than Norman Powell. Everything but the top of his head is smaller than Norman Powell. So I guess that's the crowning achievement of our trade season with that Clippers trade. And now we're stuck because of it. We have Winslow under contract next year, and we're going to have almost $4 million in dead money again to add to our already Andrew Nicholson dead money. And hopefully this means we have to keep Nurk. We have to keep him. We have to re-sign him because much like Norm this year, you don't want to let him go for nothing. And also, we better not opt out of Josh Hart's contract. He is a good third guard. He's a quality rotational piece. He is worthy of a roster spot on a good team, and his contract is really good. You absolutely have to keep Josh Hart and Nurkic, unless you find a way to sign and trade him or something like that. But those two now that they're still on our team have to be kept, and that means we're probably not going to have any cap space. So, we have to. We're banking on the lottery being good and our picks being good enough to maybe get something really good with our trade exceptions. But, that's something that, other than the Pelicans pick, we could have hoped for with our pick, whether we made that trade or not. So that didn't really change much there. I don't know. It's kind of depressing.
Hope Cronin is fired ASAP. $2 dono from Shaggy Squid. Thank you, Shaggy Squid. I don't understand what his plan is. That initial trade was terrible. We tried to tell everybody. People questioned us, and they screamed about a bigger plan, and we tried to tell people that it didn't make sense in any sort of plan, and they still tried to scream like, oh, just wait and see. They're going to trade Bledsoe and all sorts of stuff. It was a disaster of a trade. The CJ trade was a little better. Now we just got to hope the Pelicans don't make the playoffs. But overall, where is the master plan for Joe Cronin? I do not see it at all. The fact that there's no follow-up move after CJ trade is just a major L. Anyway, talking about the Blazers just is not enjoyable at the moment. So how about the Lakers facilities lost power when a FedEx truck crashed into a nearby power line at 2:51 Eastern Time, Eric. The Lakers, Knicks, and Pistons had agreed upon a trade that would have sent Russell Westbrook to Detroit and Jeremy Grant, Cameron Reddish, and Alec Burks to the Lakers. LA was unable to fax the paperwork and were denied leniency via Ballsack Sports. Oh, that's funny.
Who got sacked on that one?
No, I just read it off. I thought it'd be funny to just read it off.
Yeah.
Like it was real.
I'm just saying, I wonder how many people got sacked on that.
I know. Oh, that's so, dude, they're clever, man. I like it. The Rockets are waving Ennis Freedom. Oh God.
I told you,
Oh,
man.
God.
We need a big... We have no big man. Oh, no.
Oh no. We're not there. No, we're not. No. We're not going to continue this cycle, okay? I want to be done with this cycle because then I don't want him 2 years from now.
I don't think Kyle Neely's in here, but if he is, he's like the only person that would be happy with it. Yeah, welcome back, Ennis.
His master plan is to bring Ennis back.
We're gonna buy up Bledsoe, eat his $4 million next year, and then instead of using that roster spot to actually sign Trendon Watford to a good contract for 3 years, we're gonna bring back Freedom with that stupid. The Cronin Freedom master plan.
All right, you want to grade some trades?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So this was the last one. Let's grade the. Hold on, let me get to the page. Hold on one sec.
Does that mean if
This
Nurk
one.
gets hurt this year, then we go to the Western Conference Finals?
I think so. Something like that. Just magically.
And Keon Johnson becomes our Rodney Hood, and or Elijah Hughes, I guess, could.
All right. What do you grade this trade for Indiana, Eric?
Getting a second for Torrey Craig, I think, is good. Whether they keep Smith or not, I think, is irrelevant. So, they obviously. Craig makes no sense on the Pacers roster anymore, so I give this one a solid B+.
All right, B+. This trade is the definition of meh, and the definition of meh is a C+. Boom. All right, chat. You guys get to grade this too. Aren't you excited? Grade this for Indiana. A, B, C, D. Ask your community. There's your chat poll. I will end it in literally like 20 seconds max. We'll get Gabe's thoughts on this trade for him, I guess, and we'll see if he can work his mic. If not, it might be a little like 2 minutes of comedy. Anyway, chat, we got like 50 votes in there, so that's pretty good. Why does everyone hate Kenner so much? He's a big producer in minimum minutes. It's always healthy, runs the floor, not the best defender, but consistent, says Kyle Neely.
Kyle Neely is here. I told you he'd be the one guy happy with that.
Yeah. Looks like it's a B-.
Kyle Neely, it's more so he makes absolutely no sense for our current roster and direction. That would be like detrimental to developing players and stuff. Yeah.
Grade this trade for I'll grade this trade for the Suns. I mean, they get Torrey Craig back, but I felt like they needed more of a scorer off the bench. They got him for good value though, and it's a guy that has familiarity there. So I give it a B. What do you give it, Eric?
I give it a B. Sure. B-. I don't like. I have to downgrade it just because of them putting themselves in a position where they had to dump Jalen Smith for very little and attach a second.
Makes sense.
I have not seen any details on the Aaron Holiday trade. Trevin, if you could find out more on that.
That'd be clutch. All right, chat. I'll end the chat poll. That was quick.
What team did Holiday get traded to?
The Suns.
Oh, the Suns, yeah.
Chat looks like they're going with a B. B minus, that range. All right. So that's the grades for this trade. Let's grade. What's up next? Oh, the Montrezl Harrell trade, Eric. What grade do you give the Wizards for Montrezl Harrell?
Ethan, based on the percentages and how close it is between the two grades, he's making it either a solid B or a low B. So that's why it's a B minus and not a B when chat voted B. For the Wizards,
it was B minus. Yeah. Hold on. It was B minus because there was 30% for C and only 10% for A, so it trended more towards a lower B. Yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
Wizards get a D minus for me.
D minus.
Yeah, this is very bad.
Yeah, I have to wonder if there just wasn't any suitors for Montrez. And
I still think Vernon Carey can be decent, but they still have a bunch of centers anyway. And now they have Porzingis too. And yeah, I know Ish Smith is just a expiring contract, so not even worth talking about him. And they get a second. That's the only reason why it wasn't an F for me.
Yeah, well, this was maybe this was to stay under the tax with the Porzingis trade. I think this was maybe so that they could stay under the tax or duck the tax after a Porzingis trade. But I give it I don't know the numbers on that. I give it a D plus.
I think Carroll was close to. I think he fit in the Brooklyn's TPE.
Yeah, maybe Brooklyn wanted to play Drummond more. I don't know. Yeah. Quite very.
Or, I mean, you might have been able to get Claxton or something, you know.
Yeah. All right, and then chat gives this trade a. I'll look at those. What do you give the Hornets for getting Montrezl Harrell? They needed a center, right? And they get him for Vernon Carey, Smith, and a future second. What do you grade the Hornets trade?
I give them a B plus because I think they barely gave up any value, and Harrell is a pretty good fit, even though he has a lot of flaws. I think just getting another big. Although he is kind of similar to Pumley, that's why I don't give it any higher grade than that. But to give up that little for a Montrezl Harrell, and then you can just move on from him after the season if you want to, I think that's pretty good.
All right. There's a chat poll. I don't want to go with the same grade as you, but I think B plus is the perfect grade for this trade. If they could have gotten like a Larry Nance Jr. type of big, a healthy Larry Nance Jr. type of big. Obviously they couldn't, but if they could have, then that would have been A territory for me because he would have fit them a little bit better. But he's an energy guy, up tempo, offense. He kind of fits into, and you know, probably gonna back up Plumlee. Makes sense for them. They needed another big. Just would have maybe liked a bigger body that maybe could have spaced the floor as well if possible. So that's why it's not in A. So B plus for them. Chat gives this grade a borderline. I'll look at the percentages in a second. The next trade, you already know what the next trade is, Eric. This is going to be fun. I'm looking forward to the next trade. This is a B plus from chat too. We all agree B plus for the Hornets. All right. Next up, Eric. Next up is.
Well. Before we move on,
yeah.
I mean, Vernon Carey was the 32nd pick, right?
Yeah.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
So, you know, early second round, almost a first round pick. And they get a second round pick and an expiring contract with no dead money. next year. So as pointed out in chat, it's almost the same we got for Norman Powell.
Yeah, our trade was terrible.
And we threw Rocco in on top of that.
Yeah, our trade was terrible. Speaking of terrible trades, well, let's start off with the Wizards. What do you grade the Wizards for this?
Wizards get an A+.
Wow.
I don't like Kristaps, but getting rid of Dinwiddie, who was a horrible fit and had issues with several teammates, and you get off Berton's contract, get off of it. You get a second-round pick in the deal back as well. I don't think... If you told me today that the Wizards were going to be trading Dinwiddie and Bertans together for someone, I don't think I could have even, in my best-case scenario, come up with a better trade for them. So therefore, just the fact that they fleeced Mavericks so bad, get an A+.
Yeah, this is also an A+. I feel like the grades are going to be all the same for this. Chat, 71% of the votes is A, so Chat is also giving them an A+, because that's a really high percentage for them. 5% gave them a D. I question those 5%. Anyway, for the Mavericks, Eric, what do you give the Mavs?
I mean, this might be one of the worst trades I've ever seen. I have to give it an F-.
F. I didn't make an F minus, but
Okay,
yeah,
F,
I also give it an F.
Yeah.
Chat, I'm not even gonna do a poll for this. Just say in chat what grade you give this. All right, I'm expecting to see a lot of Fs. E, E for Elliot, yeah. So just let me know. Z, yeah. I mean, this trade is obviously L. Bunch of Fs, a Z, an H, a G. Okay, yeah, this is an F. Big ol' fat F for the Mavericks across the board. What a terrible, terrible trade. Anyway, that's the grades for this trade. Can't get any more split than this. All right, so the final trade that we have is this one, which is a weird trade, Eric. What do you grade it for the Celtics?
I always liked Tice's fit with the Celtics. I think this is a good move for them. They basically turn their free agency slash, I know Bruno was part of he was part of the Josh Richardson trade to, so I think you basically turned some of the crap you got in the offseason into a quality Daniel Tice. So I mean, I can't give him too much credit for it because, I mean, it's not like it's going to change that much. But I think getting a serviceable player for basically Schroeder is a pretty good deal. So I'll give him a C+.
All right, C+ from Eric. I don't really know why they needed a big man.
I mean, he just fits in really well with the rest of the guys. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know about his contract. His 4 years, like $8 million, $9 million a year. Is he worth that? I guess. Like, it's not a bad contract. It's just slightly questionable. And then they have like Horford next year, who's like a partial guarantee of 14 mil. So I feel like they might have been better just like leaving themselves with a little bit more room under the luxury. I don't know their salary number, but I feel like they didn't really need Daniel Tice.
Well, they got Robert Williams is on a pretty good contract extension. I think they have to decide. I think Grant Williams might have one more year on his rookie deal. So, I don't know. I don't think it's like a horrible overpay. I think maybe that just means they're probably looking to waive and take that hit on Horford next year versus having him play. I don't know.
Yep, chat gives it a C+. Okay. What do you give it for the Rockets?
Rockets. I mean, they basically get out of Daniel Tice, but I can't give it any more than a C plus because they also should have never signed Daniel Tice. So they corrected one of their mistakes right away. So you got to give them credit for that. So a C plus for them as well. But I don't. I can't give them any more than that for clearing salary when they just a few months ago put that salary on their books.
Yeah, I agree. Speaking of mistakes, I only put an A and a B in chat poll. I'm actually. So what'd you give it? Sorry, I forgot.
I gave them a C plus as well, just because they shouldn't have signed Daniel Tice.
Okay.
But they did get out of 2 years of his contract. It's just that contract never made sense.
I mean, they didn't get back a single useful asset, so I can't give them any more than a D. Like, if they got back the Montrezl Harrell package for Tice, or like, just a second, at least you got something.
Yeah.
They didn't get a single useful asset here, in my opinion, because they're gonna buy out Schroeder, they're buying out Freedom. Bruno Fernando, I don't think they're gonna I don't think that's an asset at all. So I don't really understand.
You put your D in chat spot.
Oh, yeah. I'll put my D in my spot.
You made that awkward.
You said it. Anyway, Chat ends up giving this a C plus. They are agreeing with you, Eric. All along the way, you have influence over chat. Anyway, these are the grades for this trade, and then let me see if we have one more. No details on the holiday trade. So anyway, we'll grade the Blazers trade deadline as well. That's the trade grades for Rockets, Celtics. Anyway, Ben Simmons has already talked to Kevin Durant and Sean Marks, Rich Paul tells ESPN Simmons is eager to join Nets and ramp up for a return to play this season. Yeah, so Simmons wants to be there. Yeah, I mean...
And yeah, magically his mental issues are now all better. So congratulations to him for getting the help he needed and them magically being better at the exact time that they needed to be.
Yep. Anyway, let's... I don't know. I messaged Chris. I haven't gotten a message back. I was asking him to do a graphic for what the Blazers gave up and got back at this year's trade deadline. I don't know if he saw it or not, though.
The Blazers have a media availability at 2:00. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not gonna stream that long, obviously.
Yeah. That's not what I was implying. I think it's with Joe, Chauncey, and Dwayne Hankins. They're all going to be there. Just like the last time. As Chris Brandlin says, the spin session. Yes. Spin. Okay. I don't know if you know you're muted, Tori.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Why are you saying I'm muted?
I don't know.
I'm not muted.
I couldn't hear anything.
I
Not
just
even
wasn't saying
technically. So let me tell you guys what's going to happen at that media availability. They are going to talk about stuff like cap flexibility, roster balance, all the same BS that we heard after the Clippers trade when they didn't do anything to secure a some sort of forward that could maybe help us out this year or later. We have no backup center still. We don't really have anything to look forward to other than our guards, obviously. But with Nas going down, I felt like we had to get at least one forward out of one of these trades. And we traded for two young guys in Elijah Hughes and Keon Johnson, who are both shooting guards, which I don't know. And then we keep Ben McLemore. So we're going to lose him for nothing in the offseason most likely, or overpay to keep him, which would probably not be the best idea either. So yeah, it's just weird being a tanking team but not really having any front court players to develop outside of, I know we have Greg Brown and Watford, so we can develop them. But I mean, we still need more. We could have used another player if that wasn't. I don't know. I just think it's like players like Winslow is kind of a waste to play in this kind of situation. So it's just kind of frustrating.
Yeah. So the Blazers just. I think the ownership forced Cronin to do the Clippers trade, and it's a horrible trade. If it wasn't for the Porzingis trade, that would have easily been the worst trade of the freaking trade deadline. And it got annoying.
But they didn't need to do it because...
Yeah, it's stupid. Because they got under the tax with the CJ trade. That's what's ridiculous about that trade. Is they then made the CJ trade that got them under the tax anyway, and they could have been patient with the Norm and Rocco trade, and could have probably gotten back 2 first-round picks for both of them, and they got back crap, which is just absolutely ridiculous. And I had people yelling at me that, it helps increase our flexibility. They can trade Bledsoe's contract, and we're clean it up, we're blah, 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 a bunch of BS. Just wait and see his long-term plan. And then yesterday you had the other YouTube channel that covers the Blazers. Apparently they're pushing this whole narrative about cap space for Ben Simmons. That's the master plan, and that's apparently like what we're looking to do. And we heard a couple other people that cover the league like talking about, maybe Portland's try trade Ben Simmons into cap space this offseason. Well, guess what? Ben Simmons' option is completely dead. So now what? It's a failure of a trade deadline for the Blazers, to be quite honest with you. Not only did the Ben Simmons dream die, but they also didn't get Jeremy Grant, which I didn't really want Jeremy Grant, but apparently they really wanted him, and they weren't able to get a deal done, so they weren't able to negotiate that. It's just a failure. I don't know what their long-term plan is. Their plan this year is to tank. It's just if they just got picks, but they got picks for Rocco and Norm, and then maybe got a little bit more value out of the Pelicans trade since they're giving up Nance, then I would say this is a very solid deadline. But that first trade just screwed everything. Absolutely screwed everything for the Blazers. And they didn't get a second. Yeah, this was not a good deadline. This was not a good start to Joe Cronin's GMing career. If he didn't want to make that first trade and he was forced to, then I can't really blame him. The second trade was okay. So I don't know if I should be hard on him or if I should be hard on the ownership. It's just ridiculous that they panic traded to get under the luxury tax 6 days before the deadline when they made a trade 2 days after that, 4 days before the deadline, where they got under the tax anyway in a CJ trade. So this deadline was kind of ridiculous for the Blazers.
Yeah. So let's say they have a target over $20 million, right? Mm-hmm. In free agency or from a trade with cap space, right? So in order to do that, we still would have to get rid of Nurkic and Josh Hart, right? And so, I mean, maybe if it's Jaylen Brown, you could find a way to do it with keeping one of those two. But pretty much most scenarios would, if it's like a max player that's making $30 million or more, let's just say we wanted to get Pascal Siakam, who I think is making around $35 million next year, right? We would have to create enough space. So even if we could trade one of our first round picks, if we get both of them, that's still an if. If we get both and we could trade one of the two for Pascal Siakam and absorb him into cap space, you're still talking about probably losing both Hart and Nurkic for nothing and one of your picks. So is getting a Siakam level player and losing all three of those necessarily that much better? And that whole plan relies on another team's star becoming available and them wanting one of our picks or something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's like we don't really have a set plan or a way of fixing it unless we get lucky. And I hate having a plan that depends on another team wanting to just give us a good player, or somehow signing a level of player in free agency when it's not a very good free agent class. That's never been done in Portland.
Yep. So Portland was the team that showed the strongest interest in the final days for Jeremy Grant. No one was willing to put together an offer that made the franchise seriously consider parting ways with Grant. So, I mean, I guess the positive is that we didn't overpay for Grant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, like, that's the thing is, like, I hate that, though. It's like, this is a bad deadline, but thankfully it wasn't a horrible... Yeah, it might have been a horrible deadline. I don't know. It's like, it's a bad deadline, but thankfully it wasn't even worse.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a good mindset to be in.
Yeah, when you're so worried that the next trade will be even worse, that you're happy nothing happened, kind of, but then you're also mad because the trades we did make kind of put us in a worse position.
Yep.
Yeah, so here's the deal. So I hear this a lot. They had to make our team worse, right? That's the benefit of the trades, is we made our team so much worse by trading Norman Rocco for Bledsoe, and he's not going to play for us, that we won't win as many games. Well, one, I would say look at what happened yesterday. And then two, once again, you don't have to trade for bad players to do it. And you can, if you're going to go that route, you take the best possible draft pick compensation. You don't take crap players back with little to no draft compensation, right? You take whatever the best possible offer in terms of future picks, because then moving forward, like if we got a pick from the Clippers trade, we could have included that in the Jeremy Grant trade instead of having to somehow get our own picks or something. And then we might have been able to get a Jeremy Grant using some of the assets we got in that trade versus having to sacrifice some of our own assets or whatever. So, like, this is the problem with that. You can trade a Norm to a team and get picks like the Ricky Rubio trade. Like, if we would, even if it was just Ricky Rubio and the Houston second, right? That at least we could be sitting here saying we have like the 32nd pick in the draft now because of that trade. I don't care that Keon Johnson was the 21st pick. He didn't have a first-round level value in a trade, and I think we probably found that out today when we tried to flip him. So, like, that's where we made the mistake. And best case scenario, Keon Johnson develops into an adequate rotation player. He's still a 6'4" guard with a short wingspan and a short standing reach, with crazy athleticism, but is not big enough to become, like, everyone talks about the size of players and how we need to get bigger. That doesn't help us get bigger at the forward positions. That's another undersized guard. So, like, I don't understand why people like that move or whatever, even if it works out. Best case scenario is he's still a position we do not need. So I just don't understand the vision getting a player like that versus getting a first-round pick who, along with that trade exception we got, could have gotten us a valuable player without having to use the Pelicans pick maybe today. And then we have a good player, right, using that first-round pick we got from the Clippers. And then we have 2 lottery picks, and we're sitting here a lot more excited right now because we have some assets to move in those deals. But now we're talking about in a situation where, I mean, best case scenario for us right now is getting as lucky as possible. So us moving into the top 4, right, with our pick, and then the Pelicans not making the playoffs, but being bad enough to where they're maybe like 7th or 8th, right?
Yeah.
So absolute best case scenario would be like 1st and 8th or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But then, like, if we do that, I want to keep both of those picks so we have we're relying on those two picks to be good, and we don't really have a lot of assets outside of that. I mean, we still could trade for players using cap space and a trade exception, but there's not much to attach to those to get those things back, since we still won't be able to trade a future first due to the protections of the Chicago trade. So, like, if we're going to tank and be as bad as possible this season, we could have just done it by basically keeping Rocco, but not, you don't have to play him, first of all, and second of all, you don't have to play him 35 minutes every game like we were playing him too. You could have played Trendon more and played him less. And also today, I mean, we saw how few deals there were. I guarantee you that was because there wasn't many sellers. And if we would have been sellers today, I'm almost certain we would have gotten a lot more than what we got for any of our players trading them earlier than today.
Yep. I mean, best case scenario is this offseason you trade our pick, you know, if it's like 4th, 5th, whatever, you trade it for a Jaylen Brown or a Pascal Siakam type of guy like that, and then maybe the Pelicans pick, if it's like 12th, maybe then you go out and trade for Jeremy Grant using the TPE, right? And then you have Dame Simons, Jaylen Brown, Jeremy Grant, Nurkic. You re-sign Nurkic. Like, that's really the only way to contention next year, unless we get a top 3 pick. So it's...
Wait, I missed this. How did we get Brown and Grant?
Brown for, like, if our pick's like 4th or 5th or whatever. That pick plus, I don't know.
How do we do that and get Grant and keep Nurkic?
Bledsoe plus Winslow.
Oh, so they're going to...
Plus Keon Johnson.
They're going to take the cap hit, or they're going to...
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, that's the best case scenario, is that maybe Toronto or Boston wants to move off either of those guys. Maybe Toronto wants to move off an OG and Anunoby and really wants, like, a Shaedon Sharp in the draft, or a Jaden Ivey, or a, you know, they might make some sense for Johnny Davis, and they want a guy like that. Right? I don't know. I don't think that's realistic. I'm just saying, best case scenario is like somehow you're able to swing that, and then somehow you're able to trade the Pelicans pick for like a Jeremy Grant, I guess. Because at that point, if you trade
so
for...
dumb is the plan, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's very unrealistic. You got to have contingencies, and you got to position yourself to have the best assets possible so that you have more flexibility to do other things, but we didn't do that. So yeah, I mean, it's an L of a trade deadline. Let's grade the trade deadline. Let's grade the trade deadline, Eric.
I mean, for me, most realistic is like maybe getting someone like Kyle Anderson in free agency and re-signing Ingles and having a decent forward combination off the bench or something. Like, it's so horrible.
Yeah, so...
not that those players are bad or anything. Before we do this, let's do this donation.
All right,
Michael Baldino with a $5 donation. If Allen doesn't sell the team in the next 3F, her... she already doesn't respect men. Yeah, I mean, we've already commented on that stuff, but yeah, I mean, if Allen doesn't want to or doesn't care about the team, yeah, she obviously needs to sell. But this is the reality: she's not going to. She's not going to sell it until she gets paid both the tax payment this year for being out of the luxury tax and all the teams savvy into it, and the TV deal coming up soon, and the potential of 2 teams in expansion, which could bring in billions of dollars to split between the 2 or all the owners, of the other 30 owners. So I just don't think she's going to sell until she gets paychecks from that. So, but it's tough because, yeah, we need someone who cares about the team like her brother did.
Yep. Thank you, Michael, for the donut. All right, so this is what the Blazers sent out at the deadline. CJ McCollum, Norman Powell, Robert Covington, Larry Nance Jr., and Tony Snell. The Blazers got back Eric Bledsoe, Josh Hart, Justice Winslow, Joe Ingles, out for the season, free agent, Elijah Hughes, Keon Johnson, Didi Lazuda, 2022 New Orleans first, 2022 Memphis second, very late second, 2025 Detroit second, and a 2026 and 2027 New Orleans second. The 2026 Portland has the right to swap. 2027 they get New Orleans second outright. That is what the Blazers did at the deadline. Eric, what grade do you give this deadline?
Because we have the New Orleans first from this year, potentially, I give it a D-. Because that pick, having a potential pick around number 10, I think is good. So I'd say D- because of that, but it becomes the worst possible grade you can give if if that pick doesn't convey to us this year. It's about as bad of a deadline as we could have ever imagined, and this franchise is screwed. All right, if you're talking, no one can hear you.
Yeah. Just to be a little different, I'll give it a D. But like D, yeah, it's a terrible deadline, to be quite honest with you.
Here's why, okay? Let's say Nurk and Ant now and Dame are 3 of our top 7 players, right?
Mm-hmm.
So at worst, we gave up 4 of our top 7 players, right? So we had Norm, Rocco, CJ, and Nance factoring in, especially going into the year. We're supposed to be 4 of our top 7 players, right?
Yep.
And out of all of this, we got back 1 potential top 7 player, 1 potential even probably top 10 player if we're lucky for next year. I guess Joe Ingles could maybe be a 9th or 10th guy if he comes off of his injury, okay, and we re-sign him for cheap, but he's not under contract, so I can't evaluate that. So Hughes is gone. Keon Johnson is a project. Winslow is a fringe, into bench guy, probably at best. Maybe some people are a little higher on him and would put him 8th or 9th in a rotation, but I just can't do that until he proves it over a long stretch versus just one game. So Josh Hart is the only rotational player we got out of trading 4 of our top 7 players for sure. And so we have to hope that New Orleans pick turns into a rotational player. And even if it does, unless that player is a star level player better than any of the players we traded out, we basically traded 4 of our top 7 players, including CJ McCollum, for Josh Hart and a maybe, hopefully, rotation player. That's just absolutely terrible, awful use of your everything you have at your disposal. There's no other way to put this than to say that these trades absolutely sucked, and we really hurt our franchise moving forward because of it.
Yep, agreed.
We sold low on basically every one of our players.
Yep. Chat, 60% D, 23% C, so that's a D for chat. We're all in agreement here. This was a terrible freaking trade deadline. Don't let anybody try to tell you differently. People tried to portray this as some sort of master plan that Joe Cronin had, and it is not a master plan. I don't know what the hell the plan was.
Tori, just wait.
Yeah,
wait till the deadline to see all the moves, and now it's going to be wait till free agency. He'll show you.
Yeah. Yep. That was basically the deal, but wait till free agency. It's like, there's no good targets. Miles Bridges or DeAndre Ayton, they're not signable. Those teams are going to match their contracts, and then what? And you got to probably let Nurkic walk to get the cap space, or you got to cut Hart to get the cap space just to sign somebody who gets matched and we don't even get. That's the master freaking plan. This is just a lack of execution on whatever the freaking plan was. I don't know what the freaking plan was. I don't know if I should blame Cronin for that first trade, because it sounds like ownership kind of forced him to make that deal, and that might have screwed up his entire plan. His plan might have been to try and get 2 first-round picks for them, and then include that for Jeremy Grant, and then we would have had Grant and the Pelicans pick, and would have been sitting in a lot better situation, right? But that first trade just screwed it up from the get-go. The CJ trade was okay. If that ends up being a good pick, then that could be solid. If the Pelicans make the playoffs, then the CJ trade is an F2. So yeah, I mean, it's a really. I have to question Cronin's negotiating skills at this point. I don't trust him to make good deals, and I hope that he's just the interim GM at this point, and hopefully Jody sells the team too. That's really where I'm at.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's obviously making calls and fielding calls, but I have a feeling that Burt Cold, or I've been told that Burt Cold is making a lot of the final decisions. So, unfortunately,
Which he shouldn't be. He's not. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing. He's not an NBA freaking GM.
But much like when Allen was here, he liked to give his suggestions on draft picks and roster moves and stuff like that. So, yeah.
He needs to F off.
Yep.
Like, dude, just the team needs to be sold. This dude should not be having some freaking insight or decision-making capability in regards to who we get, because he doesn't. I guarantee you, he doesn't know what he's doing. It pisses me off. Pisses me off, man. Screw Burt Cold. Sell the freaking team, please. I mean, like Olshey. If Olshey was in control, he wouldn't have had this bad of a deadline. I'm just gonna say that now. Everybody hated Olshey, but guess what? It can get worse, right? Oh, we don't make enough trades. We don't make enough move. Well, it's better than making terrible trades, which is what this deadline was. One very terrible trade and one trade that could be okay, but has a chance to be terrible as well. And that's it. Nothing else. So screw this organization, man. I'm freaking frustrated. The only thing that's gonna save this team is a tank. Honestly, like, I had fun with last night's post-game show, but I wasn't happy that they won that game last night, because the only thing that's going to save this organization long term is if they get a top 3 pick, and as if the Pelicans don't make the playoffs. We want the Lakers to win so they stay above the Pelicans. We don't want the Pelicans to pass them up. We don't want the Pelicans to get to the 8th seed, and then we lose that pick. Okay? We need the Pelicans to stay where they're at and maybe struggle. We don't want them to pass the Lakers. So them losing last night was not good for us long term. Us beating them last night was not good for us long term, to be honest with you. It was fun, and it was a fun post-game stream, and I enjoyed it, but long term, I mean, we need to tank as hard as freaking possible.
So, Tori, the Raptors are waiving Drew Eubanks, so he was simply a minimum contract to match in the trade. So you're telling me our second-round pick, the Robert Covington contract, which is almost exactly like is really close to Thad Young's contract. That might be like a million off or so. And a Snell or something, or
we could have this
Zeller.
Conversation with like 10 different trades. It's
it's like, so people who are saying that Covington had no value. I mean, they traded for a power forward who's basically a similar skill level to Rocco, and gave up a first for it, and we could have swapped our second round pick for that. So don't listen to people. There were multiple offers for Norman Powell. We didn't have to just dump his contract because it was negative value. That's all. It's all it is spin to justify horrible moves. And that's the only way they can spin it. They knew the second they looked at social media after making that trade that they made a huge mistake. And that was the only way they could justify it, was trying to convince people that that was the best offer and they had to get rid of his contract for flexibility and all this crap. No, you didn't. He would have been just as valuable, if not more, moving forward after this year as well. And he has a good contract. And I mean, if frickin' Bertans got traded today, like, there's no way you can convince me that Powell had negative value.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it was a terrible trade. The Clippers trade was a terrible trade. They panicked. Yeah. We can look at a number of trades. We can look at every trade today, or almost every trade, and say, Oh yeah, see, look at that trade. That shows that that first trade was terrible. At this point, people are either going to realize it or they're going to keep their head in the clouds and not realize it. Like,
And well, for the record, let me just say, both Tori and I were completely on board with trading Powell and CJ. Like, that's not the problem. If you're gonna let Rocco walk, you get him out of here. Yeah, trade him. It's just like that doesn't mean you have to get rid of them at all costs. That's the problem. And yeah, like Fentress was one of the guys who was saying, "Oh wait, he has a plan. There's no way he would just do a trade like this. You'll look dumb in a few days when he pulls his plan off." It's like, no, we're not. Sorry, the plan was stupid and it was executed poorly. So, yeah.
yeah, I mean, bad trade last night. Anyway,
It's frustrating, man.
yeah,
I can hear the frustration in your voice.
I don't know. I feel like we could go in circles talking about how bad that first trade was. I mean, at this point, I'm just, yeah, it was just terrible. I don't even want to like go into depth talking about it anymore or looking at other trades because it just annoys me to look at other trades and see the value that team's got. But it's like, that's the thing, is like, the trades that happened today, none of them made me more upset. I see people getting more upset with the first trade because of trades that went down today, but it's like I tried to tell people that what the value was of guys like that, and some people didn't listen, and that's on them, is for being surprised at like, oh, Thad Young got that. Yeah, Rocco could have probably gotten something similar. Norm could have definitely gotten something similar to Karis LeVert. Like, you know, I didn't need other trades to tell me that, but apparently some other people needed other trades to realize that.
Well, okay, Tori, let me ask you a question.
What's up?
We make no other moves. Like, let's just clear it back to Friday morning before we make a trade, right?
Mm-hmm.
We end up trading Norman Powell, Robert Covington, and Larry Nance for Kristaps Porzingis, and that's our deal. That's our trade deadline. How much different would you feel? Better? Would you feel okay with that? Would you feel like that was stupid?
If we did what for Porzingis?
We made no other trades and just traded Norm, Rocco, and Nance for Porzingis straight up.
I mean, we could have traded CJ in the offseason, got something similar back. I mean, Nance plus, I would definitely do Nance, Keon Johnson, Eric Bledsoe, Justice Winslow in a second for Porzingis, so, you know.
Yeah. But, like, at least we'd be sitting here, like, maybe if Porzingis, like, works well, like, we'd have a confident level front court player, you know, like I could maybe justify that. Maybe Nurk's involved in the trade so we don't have that problem instead of one of the other guys. I just yeah, it's just weird that, I mean, we couldn't have been more creative to get a better player. We were so focused on those players like Jeremy Grant and Miles Turner that we like maybe missed out on getting a player like that. I mean, I'm not saying that would have been necessarily that much better in terms of like I like Porzingis or something. I'm just saying, like, I would have understood like the move, like the rationale behind it. And now we're sitting here hoping we get someone better than Porzingis with cap space and stuff. It's just not going to happen.
Yep. Joey says August 1st they are saying is the date for everybody to wait until they freak out. Yeah, and then it'll be like the trade deadline, and we'll just keep pushing back the goalposts.
What's August 1st?
I mean, I've seen that date thrown out by multiple people, and Joey says in chat, like, that's the date we should wait until we freak out. They have a plan for their cap space. Oh yeah, what's their freaking plan? Who are their targets? Who are gettable? That makes up for the horrible first trade. That's what I want to know from anybody that thinks that's a plan. Anyway, Austin Wack, $5 donut. Thank you, Austin Wack. Says Joe Cronin chose his trade targets by putting players' pictures on the wall, turning off the lights, and throwing darts. Hence Eric Bledsoe and Keldon Johnson. I mean, yeah, I mean, Keldon Johnson doesn't make sense here. Eric Bledsoe just made that trade work, but that trade doesn't work because it doesn't make sense because we got nothing back. So, good for us.
Am I missing something? Did they not get back on track to where like July 1st would be the
Yeah,
free
I
agency?
don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think they're saying because that's after free agency. I don't know. I don't know.
After free agency.
I don't even care. People can.
The NBA draft is June 23rd, which is back to being normal. So I don't.
I
Yeah.
mean, people can be surprised when we really didn't have a plan. Like,
Well, I mean, let's face it. The people who said we had a plan have to now say, don't worry, there's still a plan. Otherwise, they look dumb this last week, right?
yeah.
That's basically what's happening.
Yep. And,
Alfred Camino asked, what's our plan with Nurk? Now that we kept him, it better be to re-sign him, because if you didn't get anything for him and you're letting him leave for nothing, that's going to be dumb too.
all right. Anything else you want to talk about for the stream? It's already past 1. I'm kind of burnt out right now.
No, I just want to say there's still 450 people in here. Thank you so much, everyone. It's been a fun day, even though it seems like Tori and I are kind of upset or mad or whatever. Like, it still is a lot of fun doing these trade streams, and I'm glad we got to enjoy it with all of you. So thank you so much from the bottom of our heart for tuning in, and hope you guys all have a good rest of your day. And now we're kind of in the rest of the year where it kind of sucks because we have nothing to say, but hopefully he has a plan every time, right? Like, there's nothing really to say other than that. So unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about that, and it kind of sucks now that we don't have a potential every morning when you wake up of seeing maybe today will be the day we make a good trade. But unfortunately that's now over until our season ends, and hopefully this tank goes quickly. And the next big stream, this is going to be franchise altering for the Blazers, is the draft lottery.
Yeah, that actually counts as a big stream this year.
Yes, that is going to be a major stream, and we need it. Man, we need some luck.
What day is the draft lottery this year?
I think it's in May sometime. Yesterday, where is it? May 17th.
Okay, I mean, that's 3 months away. Normally, if I recall correctly, normally we did the draft lottery. Did we do it on the main channel or did we do it on the second channel?
I don't remember because you had Gabe last year.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, that
Were
was.
you not
Remember,
on
I was out of town taking Maddie down to visit college,
Oh, yeah.
and I watched from my car on my way driving down, but
Yeah.
it didn't matter because obviously we didn't have a pick last year or the year before, so yeah, it didn't really matter. But yeah, now it does.
I mean, we did do it on the main channel last year, so I don't even remember what I did graphically. Let me look at the stream from last year. I'm just kind of curious what I did graphically. That was only 7 months ago, but I will have like graphics and the audio. So yeah, I did I did have a graphics package. I'll have graphics for it that'll show it. Obviously, I can't stream ESPN, but I will have like some graphics for sure.
Yeah, so it's doubly important now because one, we have to keep the New Orleans pick. We need it, and we're relying on that to convey. And then also we need our pick to move up. So if both of those don't happen, if we only get like the 9th pick and we don't get the Pelicans pick, man, that's going to be even somber for us. So if you think we're mad now, just wait until that, or we could be super excited or super mad. But
oh god,
it's kind of sucky that our whole plan relies on the bouncing of ping pong balls, figuratively.
Yeah, that's gonna be stressful. That's gonna be like an extremely stressful stream. And it could go really, really good or really, really bad. So we need to lose as many games as possible, Eric. I am rooting hard for this team to lose.
Yeah.
Like, I know it's good. Like, oh, Simons goes well, 40-point game. Like, I can enjoy Simons like playing well. I still really want us to lose.
But what? How mad would you be though? Let's say, that period where we play like the Spurs 3 times, the Pelicans twice, the Rockets a couple times. That it was like 11 games in a row. I think we played the Pacers and the Pistons in there as well.
Yeah.
Let's say we lose we go 2-9 in that stretch or something, and we're just stoked because we out-tanked all these teams. And then how would you feel draft lottery night? One of those teams passes us in the spot we would have been if we beat them.
We gave ourselves the best odds, though.
I know. You live with that. It would just be so fitting for us to get that final kick in the balls.
You can't control the ping pong balls. All you can do is give yourself the best odds, right? And I'll take 40% odds over 20% odds at the top 4. You know what I mean? And then if you still don't make the top 4 because you get unlucky or whatever, I mean, it's still more likely to not make the top 4 if you're 4th than it is to make the top 4. Then it is what it is, right? But at least you gave yourself the best chance. That's better than we go 9-2 in that stretch, and we don't even have much of a chance at all at the top 4 because we only have a 20% chance instead of a 40-some% chance. I would rather have double the chances of that, and then if we get screwed, we get screwed. But at least we gave ourselves a chance. So I'm rooting for us to lose every freaking game the rest of the year. If we play, I think we have one more. Do we have one more game against the Lakers?
I don't remember.
I'm rooting for the Lakers to beat the
I
Blazers.
don't think we do, but
if we have another game against the Lakers, I'm rooting for the Lakers to beat the Blazers.
Mm-hmm.
Last night, I was rooting for the Lakers to beat the Blazers. Blevins was fun. Anthony Simons was fun. I can root for the Blazers to lose and also enjoy individual players playing well. I mean, if you guys follow me on Twitter, you need to. My Twitter handle is in my nameplate right here down below. You'll know that I was enjoying some good old Blevins time. But it hurt us long term to win that game. Maybe it doesn't make a difference in the end, but we need to lose games, and we need the Lakers to actually win games, and we need the Clippers to win games. We need teams in the East to win games.
Or we need Blevins to carry us to the play-in, and then what if he averages 30 in both play-in games and we get the 8 seed?
No, we're not making it out of the first round, even if Blevins is God. Which he is God, but
We get Dame back. We get Keon Johnson now and Justice Winslow. Man, that would be a pretty tough out for a number 1 seed if we manage to get that 8 seed.
It reminds me of the bubble talk. The Blazers are
Elijah Hughes, man.
Seed. I mean,
Eric Bledsoe. Maybe we don't buy him out, and he's that defensive guard we've always needed. Him and Dennis Smith Jr. in our backcourt, along with Blevins at small forward. There we go. That's scary for the Warriors or the Suns in the first round, man.
Yeah. We gotta root for the lottery, man. I can't even joke about that. We just gotta root for the lottery. The only way anything's gonna be salvaged is if we get a top 3 pick. Or if we get a 5th pick, right? Because we tanked hard enough to get the 5th or the 6th pick, and then we're able to trade that for a Siakam.
Mm-hmm.
And then Dame, Simon, Siakam, Nurkic is something. That's the only hope. Yeah. That's the only hope. We're not gonna sign Miles Bridges. He's a restricted free agent. They're just gonna match. We're not gonna sign Yusuf Nurkic. The free agency route isn't going to yield anything, and
we're not gonna sign Yusuf Nurkic.
We're not gonna sign Yusuf Nurkic if we try and sign Miles Bridges.
Yeah.
That's why I worded that kind of weird. If we're trying to sign Miles Bridges, we can't bring back Yusuf Nurkic. We're not gonna sign DeAndre Ayton. They're going to give him a max. They're just going to match. Phoenix is just going to match on Ayton. If not, they would have just traded him. So what's the plan? Who's the free agent we're going to go out there and get and give up Nurkic for? And I mean, maybe we can keep Nurkic and sign somebody for 15 mil, but is that really better than just keeping our trade player exceptions and sign and trading for guys, or using the mid-level exception, which is $10 million? Because if you use cap space, you have to give up all your traded player exceptions, and you don't get a mid-level exception. So why is that the freaking plan if we're not getting Ben Simmons? It shouldn't be. That's a terrible plan if we're not getting Ben Simmons, and obviously we're not getting Ben Simmons. He got traded to the Nets today. So the Simmons dream is dead. I'm sure we'll push hard for Jeremy Grant this offseason, but it's that's really the plan.
Tori, I got 5 words for you. Both guards. Bradley Beal or Zach LaVine.
What?
Get ready for that talk. We missed out on Simmons, but we can still get one of them.
Two bad defenders, yeah. New CJs. We should have just kept CJ then. If that's the plan.
But that's what people are going to be like. Oh, Levine's a free agent. We could get him. Maybe he's unhappy in Boston or in Chicago, and maybe since they don't have his rights to match, we can somehow convince him to come here.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that.
He was on the Olympic team with Dame. Don't forget it, Tori. I mean, I like Zach LaVine. I'm not making fun of him. I'm just saying, like, it doesn't make sense for the plan to go after a guard.
Yeah, I mean, if people start saying that, then I'll get frustrated about it when they start saying that. I'm going to try not to think about people saying that, but you're probably right. That's probably going to be the narrative for our cap space, just to save their own opinion of we should have pursued cap space in the first place. Yeah, so anyway, I don't know. That's a wrap for this
I
team.
mean, yeah, LaVine is better than CJ. We're just saying that it doesn't make sense with switching to an Ant Dame backcourt and then signing another guard.
The only way it makes sense is if you can, like, sign and trade Ant for, like, Jaylen Brown.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Every
Oh, there you go, Tori. That you just outed Cronin's plan. He's going to sign and trade Ant for Jaylen Brown, and then we're going to sign Zach LaVine to a max contract. So we'll have Dame, LaVine, and Jaylen Brown, and you just ruined his plan. And now all these people who think that Cronin actually has a plan when he doesn't are going to be out there being like, it's still a possibility. Just wait till August 1st and you'll see, Tori. Great, you just put that out there for all them now. Like that's some sort of realistic strategy.
Yeah, I mean... Sorry, I'm not easily amused right now, but yeah, I mean, you'll probably get some stuff like that, and that'll be like, I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna worry about what people are gonna say, but people are gonna come up with some ridiculous stuff, and we're gonna argue it for some reason instead of just realizing that people are gonna continue to be ridiculous. If they want to keep their rose-colored glasses on in regards to this front office when they hated on every single move from the previous front office, then that's completely fine with me. Whatever, they can dream. But it's obvious that they don't really have a concrete plan in place, and it's obvious that that first trade was a disaster, and it's obvious that this trade deadline was a failure. So we'll see if they can bounce back from that. The only thing saving that, everything comes back to, you got to tank hard the rest of the season. That's the only way that's going to salvage anything from this trade deadline in this season. So, yeah, anyway, thank you for tuning in for our trade deadline stream. It's been a fun stream. Got annoyed at the Blazers, but overall it's funny to see the Mavericks do whatever the Mavericks just did. And it was a poppin' stream, so thank you for your support. We're getting close to 6K subs. We are now currently only 92 subs away. So I didn't expect to reach the goal today, but we gained almost 60 subs, so... You know, if we can hit 9,000, or not 9,000, we're not getting there, 6,000 before the end of the season, that would be pretty cool.
Can we leave with just one tankathon run?
You want a tankathon run? Okay, I can do a tankathon
This
run.
might make me even more miserable if it doesn't work out, but yeah, several people are asking for it in chat. And we'll end the stream with a tankathon thing. Hopefully we get 2 good picks and there's hope.
All right. Well, I got to set it up because I didn't have like a tankathon set up on this deadline stream. No, it's fine. I'm down to set it up. It's just going to take a second. Yeah, cool.
Vera says the best they did was 1-9. Yeah, I mean 1-9 would be great. I'll take that every time. Like right now, I think that's pretty much the best we can do, right?
Yep. Tankathon.com. All right. So Blazers currently 26% chance at the top 4. If we could move up to 6, we're a game and a half behind San Antonio. We could only be a half game out of 6th, Eric, if we lost last night, but we're a game and a half. That's a 37% chance. So that would be pretty nice to have. And a 9% chance of number 1 overall pick. I would take that. Gotta get up to 5th or 6th, in my opinion.
Yeah, so, but as of right now, just to explain it, New Orleans, they can only move down in this scenario and us keep the pick. So 9th is the absolute best unless they move down further in the standings.
They draw for the top 4, and then it's in order of standings. So, like, if these 4 teams move up to the top 4, then starting at 5th, it'd be like Detroit, Orlando, Houston, OKC, Indiana, San Antonio, Sacramento, Portland, New Orleans, right? If the bottom 4 moved into the top 4. They only draw for the top 4 slots. That's why there's a top 4 percentage right here. So, yeah, New Orleans can't move up to 8 because they don't draw for 8. And how would they move up in the standings if they were 9th?
Mm-hmm.
So... yeah, they can only move down from here or into the top 4. So the best case scenario would be 1 and 9.
Yep, right now. So that's why we need that to change, us to have a better odds of moving up, and them somehow to get passed by maybe Sacramento with their DeMontis Sabonis trade gets them past New Orleans, and then we have a better chance at like 7th or something. Honestly, if we pass them somehow and we move up into the top 3 and they stay, that might be the best possible case. But I don't think the difference in odds really would help that situation come to fruition. But unfortunately, we need them to somehow either stay around there or get worse. But yeah, need this pick. Let's go.
They're only 3 games behind the Lakers, unfortunately.
That's the other bad part about winning last night.
They're only 4 games behind the Clippers. We helped the Clippers, so that's good. Okay? So we're rooting for basically... I mean, we're only 4 games behind OKC for 4th. So we're rooting for OKC, Indiana, San Antonio, Sacramento. Rooting against Portland and New Orleans. Rooting for New York, Washington, Lakers, Atlanta, Charlotte, Clippers, Minnesota, Brooklyn. Yeah. Basically, rooting for all these teams in this area except for New Orleans and Portland. So anyway, let's simulate the lottery, and I will scroll up and unveil it like a true lottery. 14th, you got Charlotte right now. 13th, Atlanta. 12th, the LA Lakers. That pick goes to Memphis. 11th, you got Washington with Kristaps Porzingis. 10th, you got New York. All right, so 9th. If we get to the point where it's the Pelicans pick, we want to see our logo. We do not want to not see our logo because that means the Pelicans moved into the top 4.
Well, we see our logo whether we moved up or they moved up.
Well, okay. Well, at this point.
So that's going to be confusing in the draft lottery for that particular one.
Yeah, well, if we're right next to him, but I don't think we'll stay right next to him. So, right. 9th. We got screwed, Eric. Portland, but it's our pick. Sacramento, San Antonio, Indiana.
Why did we do a take-a-thon sim?
OKC, Detroit, New Orleans, Houston. Yeah.
So New Orleans gets CJ, keeps their pick, gives us a crappy future first that might not even convey. And then so we basically got nothing for CJ, and then we'll cut Hart so we don't even have him to try to chase cap space, and then strike out on free agents when someone matches. I'm just saying, like, that means we'll basically get nothing for CJ. Yeah, this is worst possible case scenario.
Yeah, well, we'd be screwed if this was such a scenario. Anyway, I'm literally going to simulate it until we get something good. I do not care. I want something positive at the end of the stream, all right? Charlotte, Atlanta...
But if this is the plan, this is the problem, is you're relying on luck and a stupid simulation to get...
Yep. So now
you're relying on the number panel to come up the right way.
Yeah. So now we're praying for Portland's pick New Orleans pick via Portland. All right, cool. That's good news. Now we don't want to see Portland. Oh, we saw Portland. Let's do this again, Eric. I literally will do this until we get good luck. No, it's not good enough. Charlotte, Atlanta, Lakers, Washington. New Orleans moved down. Which, I mean, at least we get their pick. But now we don't want to see our logo. Oh, 9th and 10th. I mean, that's not good enough.
That's even worse.
That's not good enough, you know? I mean, all right. Charlotte, Atlanta, Washington. So the Lakers pick moves up, and New Orleans gets their pick in the top 10. So New Orleans has a top 4 pick via the Lakers. New York. New Orleans picked to Portland, and then Portland. But then New Orleans could get 2 top 4 picks if, like, the Lakers jumped into the top 4 if they missed the playoffs. And then New Orleans, yeah. So New Orleans could get 2 top 4 picks. Anyway, let's simulate this again. All right, starting at 11th, 10th, New York, 9th, New Orleans to Portland, 8th. It's still Portland. You know what? I'm not gonna review.
Yeah, don't even scroll.
I'm just gonna do this until we get something good. 4th and 9th. Eric is not good enough. We're not top 3. I just keep doing it. Nope. 4th. See, this is why we need a tank. The odds are not good enough with this. What if we got like the number 1 pick, but then New Orleans also moved into the top 4? How would you feel if like this was the position?
I mean, I would feel okay. I mean, I'd be happy we got number 1. It would definitely help us, but it's not ideal scenario. But it's still better than only getting 9th.
Facts.
There you go.
Here you go, Eric. Number 1 pick and number 10 pick via New Orleans. This is basically like New Orleans in 2012 when they drafted.
And Washington, after ditching Dinwiddie and Bertans, moves into top 3 and gets another chance at Chet Holmgren or something.
Nah, Chet needs to go to Orlando to reunite with Suggs. I'll become a Magic fan.
Yeah. All right, 1st and 10. Let's go. It only took like 800 tries.
This is why we need a tank, okay? We need to tank. Anyway, anything else for the stream?
No, just have a good day, everyone. Thank you so much, and hope to see you guys on Saturday after the Knicks game.
Yep.
An early Saturday matinee.
Oh, God.
Early Saturday home game at 2 p.m.
What are we even going to talk about in post-game show? We have no trades to talk about. Like, what's the...
I don't know. I guess we're going to...
We're a comedy channel now.
Well, I am... From this point forward, I am a draft scout now for the rest of the season. I'm going to be trying my best to not only, obviously, the top 10, but I want to be like really set on who I'm looking for with our like mid or our early 2nd round pick. And also we got that Memphis pick now, so we have like a super late 2nd. So I want to have like 100 guys that I'm pretty confident talking about for all these different scenarios. So I'm gonna just be focused on that the rest of the season. So it might become draft uprise for a while if we're talking about that.
Yeah, I might start doing mock drafts like every 2 to 4 weeks. I don't know how often I'll do them, but mock drafts, I guess, with Portland, and I'll simulate the lottery. And then I'll do like draft prospects in our range once we get closer to draft time. Right after the season, I mean, we would have time for 2 mock off seasons if we're ready to have more.
Tyler says we're talking about Rocket League and other random topics like Panda Express and stuff, and like old post-game shows.
Shout out, who said that?
Tyler K.
Oh, shout out to Tyler K because he's an OG. That was like first year of Blazers Uprise. That's what the streams were like. Yeah, we got to get back to
during like quarantine time, you know, like when everything was closed down for a while. You had some video game streams and stuff.
Yeah,
had like 1 viewer and stuff.
Yeah, that was back in the those were tough days. Tough days. But yeah, I mean, well, the channel was also a lot smaller back then. Thank you for watching this trade deadline stream. Sorry there was nothing to talk about in terms of a Blazer trade today. Sorry this was a little bit of a buzzkill, but hopefully you enjoyed the graphical presentation. Thank you to Krish for helping me with the graphics.
Thank Thanks to all the mods for helping out in chat as
Yeah,
well.
thank you to the mods. Thank you to everybody who tuned in. This was a fun stream nonetheless. We will have post-game shows. Hopefully you want to come in and hang out with us after post-game shows, even though we won't be able to talk about trades. We'll still do Twitter Spaces. Those are always fun to talk to you, and those are always pretty funny. I feel like the last few streams we've had have been pretty entertaining and funny. So, we're just going to try and make things enjoyable, and obviously we're not going to go into games when we're trying to tank. We'll talk about players and whatnot, but there's no point to really break down games like we're trying to make the playoffs.
We'll have we'll go back to arguing over who's the better passer in real life and stuff like that.
Yep, and we didn't have time, unfortunately, to bring Gabe back on, but if you want to show Gabe some support, go tune in. They're going live right as we're signing off, so I will post the link.
Talk about the big Aaron Holiday and Torrey Craig editions.
Yep. So, honestly, even though I'm not a Suns fan, I enjoy watching the Valley podcast just because they're entertaining and funny as hell. It's something that I know a lot of Blazer fans, since we introduced some of our viewer base to the Valley podcast, I will go back to their streams and see a bunch of Blazer fans watching them simply because they're that entertaining. So definitely go show them some love, show them some support. Shout out to Romp who joined us. Go follow his Sixers channel if you want some, Ben Simmons reaction, a Ben Simmons James Harden trade reaction. His link is in the description. I will also post Romp's channel in chat. Just gotta show some love to the homies. Go support them. Also subscribe to us if you haven't already, and leave a like on the stream. It really does help us out. What were you gonna say, Eric?
James TV in the chat. Lakers do anything? Eyeballs, I just got here. Nope, they did jack squat today, just like us.
Yeah, Lakers didn't do anything. So anyway, thank you to everybody who donated as well. Had some solid donations. This was our biggest stream I think it was bigger than both the draft stream and the free agency stream last year. Hit 1,000 concurrent viewers at one point, so that's pretty cool. Subscribe if you haven't already. We're getting closer to 6,000 subs. We are currently at 5,907. Eric, we just lost 2 apparently. So
and press conference in 30 minutes too.
Yeah, I will react to that on Twitter. So also make sure you follow us on Twitter. Our Twitter handles are in our name tags. I'm at Tory Jones YT. It's right down there. Eric's is right down there. At Hoopsjock, go follow us. That's where we will react to this news conference. We've been streaming like crazy the past few days, so definitely go and follow us on Twitter since we're not going to be giving our live reaction. Other than that, that's a wrap for the stream, Eric. Another trade deadline stream in the books. A little bit disappointing, but if the Blazers can tank effectively and get lucky in the lotto, maybe it'll be all right. We'll see. It's going to be a different type of offseason for the Blazers, and at least that will be intriguing. At least. Anything else you want to finish off with?
No, thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
Yep. Until next time, as always, peace out. Go Blazers.